in the garden city of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
You can never plan the future but the past. He who has a wine to live can bear almost any out. Lost time is never found again. It is the province of knowledge to speak, and it is the privilege of wisdom to listen. I don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. In the end. It is not the years in your life that counts. It is the life in your years. Make it count with us. Make it count with us at Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're taking it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he is holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you're
Yes, you're a slave. Let's not get to that now. So in Nigeria, that's Rob is philosophizing.
You spot the difference now?
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seat belts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear.
Peace is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society to advance.
Through peace, generations of wealth, education, technology can build up, thereby making people very prosperous and happy.
Without peace, there will be violence, war, and underdevelopment in our society. The most disadvantageous peace is far better than the most just war. Let us embrace peace for a better society.
This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM.
It's what I pray for my all around the world. It's what I pray for my
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma dey match am, they go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You will not arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe na offense.
Una don hear am, abi? You hear am too, abi? You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people, let him bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
You're about to listen to
Get ready! It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm necessarily mentioned? Do you think I used to climb some tree alone in this building?
So, and you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What has been
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time. Conspiracy.
Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Why, man? Oh, woman, cake, I know.
Wake up.
This is Today's Quest with Annie on Today 95.1. The best of sports, lifestyle, analyses, and much more.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? This is Today's Quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM.
I was upset. I said, what's the sun coming up for? People are dying and the sun is coming up. Well, the sun will come up. And people will go about their businesses. Those who know you will sympathize, and those who also are closer to you will empathize. But life goes on. Life goes on. But I'm saying to everybody who has pains today, please find some support. Find people around you who can give you some support. And if there's none, just stick to me here on this station. I'll give you as much support as I can as we go through the rest of the day. On the show this morning, as we move on, we've got our papers. It's up on our Facebook page. Today 95.1 FM is the page you should be liking. Go ahead and like that page, Today 95.1 FM. And then we have our stories up there. Please go ahead and click on any of the links. Check out the stories. You want to react to it, then do so, but reference the story, please. Gerald, let me quickly put out to you, because Gerald, you're listening right now this morning. Before you go ahead and start commenting, let me know the story, okay? Please, sweetheart, darling. Could you do that for me? Cap, make sure that you have the story there. Buhari jets out to England. Put it there. Then go ahead and put your rant. I'll read it, I promise you. But baby, if you go there and don't do that, I'm going to skip it. You can't keep messing with my head every morning. All right, Gerald. Thank you. I know you're a darling and you comply. Okay. And for yesterday, there are two people I owe. And Annie's not good at owing. I'm not. Lubish. I remember the one I came here and I said, your number is, I don't know where it was, Airtel or something. And you said, yes, I remember your name, Lubish. I have your number, but somehow I haven't gotten around to sending you your recharge card. I think I sent 1,000 naira to all those who won that day. So Lubish, I'll send yours to you. And then yesterday, the person who won yesterday, I also have your number. I'm going to call out the last four numbers, 5531. 5531, if you know, and it's on WhatsApp because it was a video, so it's WhatsApp. 5531, please check. I've sent you a message since yesterday asking for your account. Now, this is not me owing you. It is you owing me. You owe me account details. 3351 on WhatsApp. Right? You sent it to us yesterday around this time. This is a period when we're doing that, okay? Between 8 and 9. Check it out, and then please send me your account details so I can do the needful. And Lubish, I promise you, I won't forget today. I'll do that too for you. So these are all the people I owe. I've sorted that out. Let's move on. With the papers this morning, let me see. Let's start with this. We have PDP will win all elections in Rivers. Atiku's victory uncertain. That's what Wike is saying. PDP will win all elections in Rivers. Atiku's victory uncertain. We've transformed Nigeria, tackled insecurity and empowered Nigerians. AGF Malami is the one speaking. We've transformed Nigeria, tackled insecurity and empowered Nigerians. AGF Malami. Gas flaring. Federal government targets $1 billion revenue from sale of 50 gas clusters. Gas flaring. Federal government targets $1 billion revenue from sale of 50 gas clusters. School children, commuters stranded as Lagos downfall drivers down tools. School children, commuters stranded as Lagos downfall drivers down tools. $1.5 billion Lekki port completed as contractors hand over to owners. $1.5 billion Lekki port completed as contractors hand over to owners. And 2,954 ex-militants delisted from amnesty payment voucher. 2,954 ex-militants delisted from amnesty payment voucher. Why I boycotted Afeniferi's endorsement of Tinubu Adebanjo. They're speaking. Why I boycotted Afeniferi's endorsement of Tinubu Adebanjo. Atiku fumes over Fitch research predicting Tinubu's victory. That story is in the Vanguard. Atiku fumes over Fitch research predicting Tinubu's victory. Floods, Buhari abdicates responsibility. Stories in the Vanguard. Floods, Buhari abdicates responsibility. Terror alert, federal government reassures Nigerians, pushes back against US, UK. Terror alert, federal government reassures Nigerians, pushes back against US, UK. Wike attacks Sekibo over Atiku, ex-minister keeps mum. Wike attacks Sekibo over Atiku, ex-minister, keeps mum. Marketers protest 185 naira litre per litre fuel, threatening strike. Marketers protest 185 naira per litre fuel, threatening strike. Naira depreciation will worsen Nigeria's food energy crisis. This is coming from World Bank. Naira, not Nigeria now. My eyes are saying Nigeria there. Naira depreciation will worsen Nigeria's food energy crisis. This is coming from the World Bank. Party politics and institutionalization in Nigeria. Party politics and institutionalization in Nigeria. That's coming from the Punch newspaper this morning. Dollar scarcity worsens as banks ration withdrawals, BDCs stretched. Dollar scarcity worsens as banks ration withdrawals and BDCs are stretched. Save Nigeria from global scandal. Probe oil theft, ex-diplomats tell Buhari. Save Nigeria from global scandal. Probe oil theft, ex-diplomats tell Buhari. As Buhari jets out again, Huriwa says why Nigeria needs healthy leader. As Buhari jets out again, Huriwa says why Nigeria needs healthy leader in 2023. Buhari police must remain apolitical, ensure peaceful 2023 polls. Buhari police must remain apolitical, ensure peaceful 2023 polls. That's in this day. And finally, NSA, Nigeria not under any heightened sense of insecurity. That's coming from the NSA. Nigeria not under any heightened sense of insecurity. All right, so we're going to check out some of the stories. As we've already mentioned them here, we'll start up from the very top. And the top there is 2023, PDP will win all elections in Rivers. Atiku's victory uncertain. Wike. And it says here, Governor Nyesom Wike has boasted that the People's Democratic Party will win all elections in the 2023 polls in Rivers State, except for the presidential election, until the right thing is done. Wike, who said this yesterday during swearing-in of newly engaged 319 ward and 32 constituency liaison officers in Port Harcourt, also chided former Transport Minister Dr. Abiye Sekibo as a failed politician with no justification to speak for Rivers people. The governor said, PDP will win our state. I'm not hiding it. As far as governorship, House of Representatives, Senate, and State Assembly is concerned, the only one we have not decided until the right thing is done is the presidency. He said of Sekibo, I watched when one, Dr. Abiye Sekibo, while addressing people in his house yesterday, said he's the director of Atiku supporters in Rivers. I have no problem about that, but he does not have that capacity to speak on behalf of Rivers State. He, Sekibo, said Rivers State has been having close relationship with Atiku Abubakar and that Rivers State has always benefited from Atiku. Sekibo has a personal relationship with Atiku and not Rivers State. Sekibo was Minister of Transport when Atiku was Vice President of Nigeria. Can you people mention one project in Okrika? I don't even want to talk about Rivers State. In Ogubolo, one project that he brought down to Rivers State. Is there anyone? I was a junior minister for that matter, but I'm proud to say anywhere I go in this state that I brought dividends of democracy to Rivers. A junior minister. I brought oil and gas polytechnic sited in Bonny in Rivers. There was no faculty of law at the University of Port Harcourt. Since the creation of that university, I brought it. As a minister, I made sure Kanule, Beeson, Sarawiwa Polytechnic and the Ignatius Adjo University of Education, even if they are states institutions, I made sure they got grants of 500 million naira each. Wike revealed that a 2.1 billion naira Okrika sand filling project and a 2 billion Okochiri internal road, for which 1.3 billion naira and 1.6 billion naira have been paid respectively, were awarded to Sekibo, including the 1.4 billion naira contract for the Okujaku Street, Danjuma Drive in Transamadi, Port Harcourt. All right, let's leave all of that. Let's stick with what he's talking about initially. I mean, let's stick with what we want to talk about, though. Where he says PDP will win in the state. He says, I'm not hiding it. As far as the governorship, House of Representatives, Senate, and State Assembly is concerned, we will win that. What we've not decided on is the presidency. And that is until the right thing is done. This is what he said. Emmanuel, good morning.
Good morning, Annie. Good morning, Nigeria. Well, I think with the greatest respect to Governor Wike, yes, he can. He is a politician. And as far as Rivers State is concerned, he is the politician in chief. And so it's very easy for him to handle the issues because the PDP is the leading party in Rivers State for now.
Yeah.
So he can speak in the way he's doing, but let him also put on the brakes. He doesn't know whether, even though he's the politician in chief and then leading the PDP, the leading political party also, there is no certainty. Absolutely. I know him not as a clairvoyant, but as a governor. The PDP may not win in Rivers State. It may be another party that may win. But if the PDP also win, it won't be something to be a surprise. After all, if you check the local government election, it was the PDP all the way. So it could also happen that same way. But anybody who is a governor of a state, it will be easier for him to handle issues for the election to bring victory to his party. But I tell you, like I said, nobody is certain for now that the PDP in all the elections. As for the one at the center. But in 2019, I'm sure Governor Wike was very much optimistic that the PDP will win, but Buhari won here, Rivers State. That is the way it goes. So nobody knows for now. That includes Governor Wike. Nobody knows.
All right, Jamal, look at your thoughts there. Wardy Chimene Esquire is a legal advisor, Pandef Obiakpo chapter, and a voice for Akbara people of Obiakpo Kingdom. Wardy Chimene, good to have you. Good morning.
Happy New Month. Happy New Month to Rivers people.
Okay, well, thank you. We wish you the same. Happy New Month to you too.
I'm looking at your demeanor, so I guess I'm welcome. Because I saw you dashing money today.
Where?
And my bank account has been open.
Where did I dash it?
You've been calling people to. So I say, okay, now let me open up my own.
All right, Wendy, we got you. All right, let's get to it. So, what do you think about Governor Wike's statement? He says, "Look, I can assure you, this I'm confident that for governorship, for legislative, both local and national, we're going to get it. What we don't have assurance on is on the presidency. Until the right thing is done, we don't think that they will win Rivers State. So, what do you think here?"
And you see, clearly, as I've been a member of PDP for more than 15 years or 20 years, thereabouts, even when I had some sabbatical. Well, you see, the governor of Rivers State has been a man that, each time he speaks concerning things like this, we have seen him deliver. And, you see, as politicians, we know when our opponents, will be falling. And sometimes we make predictions. And most of these predictions are clearly the indication of the fact that we have done our permutations. There is no mixing facts. When you look at what is going on now in Rivers State, that of course, PDP has no opposition. And I can tell you for sure that what you're seeing is praise singers on air. Like I tuned to one of the sister stations. It was all, in fact, the kind of news they have, it was just a short bulletin. I say, well, are they not, these are people that knows for news. But recently, they are on commercial. I say, God, well, that is what we are seeing now.
But are you saying they shouldn't take commercials?
No, it's,
tell me, please.
It's unusual for that particular. I don't want you to tempt me, so I don't call the particular platform.
Okay, now don't call the platform. I'm just worried that you think that they're taking commercial.
No, these are people that knows for news a lot. In fact, in all of their bulletin, you can hardly see commercial. But this time, in fact, opposition have taken over. Some people are saying that they are singing praises. And when you look at these persons, these are people that have never won their unit. The governor knows the people. He knows them one after the other. Remember, it's not been long they left. They took a flight to the north. And these are the same people that cannot stay here during election. When once there is an election, you see them go to hotel to stay. When once PDP wins, they come out, you see them clapping. These are people who've known over the years. So the governor has known their weaknesses. And I can tell you for sure, that is why he's cashing in. He said, look, PDP will win all the seats And that was replicated in 2019. It replicated itself in 2015. So this is a man that knows his onion. He knows how to, maneuver. And politics is who gets it all. He knows how to do it. Maneuvering in all the sense that he has the people at his hands. And I can tell you for sure, we are at the level of evangelism this time is not going to tell people where to vote. They already know. So, a lot of when you look at the leadership, of course, many of them are still dimple lunatic when it comes to politics in Rivers State. I can tell you, Wike is on top of it. We don't need to pre-sing. The facts are there to speak. In every local government, the flyovers are there. There are places, the structures are there. I said there are works here in the Obiapo and other places. Yes. There are things to show that Wike is on ground. So I can tell you, there are things. Let me tell you something.
I had to drink tea when you were saying all of that.
No, you have to. Like I said, we all have.
So push it down.
No, pushing it down. Of course, we should. It is even high time now. People should start knowing that this is where it's going to be.
I thought he was going to say it's even high time. People should start drinking tea.
No, people should. Yeah, right. People should know that. This is where it's going to be. And look, when a man should be able to know. When somebody say, "Look, I want to fight you," you should be able to know that you should be that person that is saying, "I want to fight you," and you're going to be the person. All you need to do is not to go God for his strength. I will say, "Look."
Hold on. Are we saying here that the elections will go the way of PDP, according to the governor said, all these other candidates, regardless whether people like the candidates or not? And the fact that it's just PDP is enough, people will vote for them. That some of these people who are House of Assembly members, some of these people who are vying for senator, some of these people who want state assembly, that even if the people do not like them, on governor, remember, even if people don't like them, that because they are under the PDP flag, that they will win. That's what you're saying.
Annie, let me.
They might as well not go and solicit for votes now. They can just sit at home.
There are candidates that are not sellable, of course. Right. But because there is somebody that is projecting them, the people might undermine the person and say, "Look, it's because of this man." That is, we have seen solidarity vote, we have seen empathy vote. I have equally seen a candidate.
Let me understand you. They will vote for these people because of Wike.
They will vote for them because of Wike. So many of them too are sellable. I can tell you, so many of them are equally not sellable. But I want to tell you that there is a way you market yourself.
Let's go with the governor now.
Yeah,
the candidates.
Yes,
Sim might not seem sellable.
No, Sim is sellable. He has been in governance for quite some time.
No,
for quite some years.
As what?
He has been part of the governance.
As what now?
Cashier, call him anything you want to call him. Accountant.
I can't call him anything.
No, I want to tell you, he has been part of the system.
Yes, but
unannounced.
But no
unannounced.
No political footprint.
No, he has made his marks. It's not by shouting. See, Annie, it's like, look, allow me.
No, hold on.
Let me tell you the shouting that is.
Hold on. Let me tell you something real clear with Nigerian politics. It is by shouting.
Now, let me tell you why it's not by.
You can't say,
in the case of Sim, it's not by shouting. He has made his marks.
What mark did he make?
And you see, this.
No, I'm allowing
I came with a hymn book.
Say it now.
But if you want me to open the chapters, I will sing it.
Made?
Thank you. Annie, in his own, when we say PDP, there's what we call, sometimes we have caucus meeting. We have general meeting, where the meeting will have to be chaired by somebody, where the meeting will have to be, where you have to look at leadership and look at what leadership is all about. Sim has chaired encouraged a lot of people when it comes to, the segmentation and fragmentation we've had in the past and present.
There's somebody in Rumekini who has never been to a PDP caucus meeting, who never knows what people are doing there, who has a PVC, he's going to vote.
Well, just one person now.
I'm talking about one person.
He may not be important to us.
You need one person's vote.
I said, let me tell you something.
Don't make that mistake.
No, we have
one person's vote.
And we have what we are having now is bulk group. We don't need one. God forbid.
That bulk is made up of one.
What we are throwing now is
that bulk
collective
is made
vote.
up of one vote.
Same has gone beyond one vote.
No, unfortunately, it's one vote that will be the decider. So if this person with his one vote. And you're saying, in caucus meetings, he shows leadership. He's never heard of Similaye Fubara. Never seen him anywhere. Never heard what he has to say concerning water. Never heard him say anything concerning the way forward for Rivers people in different administrations, in different governments and establishments. And then you say, vote for him because Wike said so.
Can I respond?
To this one person with his vote.
Can I respond?
Respond to this person.
And in every caucus meeting, one person represents 1 million. And that, you see, in caucus meeting, these are representatives. So all we need do, each of that person, if he goes home, what he does is to spread the good news of him. What is like what is going on now? There is an evangelism going on, which I don't want to even spread, so that the people that are dying, those that will fail, already know they are failing.
Okay.
I had already told them, look, please, it's better you start checking your BP now, because the result will be announced in such a way that it will be superlative. Now, Annie, we have started our campaign before this time. The campaign was the structure on ground, and that is why the governor said, look, we don't need, if you look, we don't move SIM from one place to another. It's an archaic way of even campaigning. The young man will have to just go to some places and you will see the result. Please, Annie, I don't know. I don't want you to be taken by shock or surprise. Please, because this time it will be explosive.
What I want us to have.
Chief, don't talk like a party man.
I'm not a party man.
So that you don't rub yourself in the mud.
He wants to be that much.
I would even come close to the mud. I will come close to the mud.
We are already in the mud.
What I'm saying is, as he mentioned that equal side as uncertain, we must have as our signpost of reminders that in 2019, Atiku won here now. Buhari didn't win here. But Buhari still went ahead and won the entire nation, except we are no longer having faith in our election.
All right.
See, Annie,
yes.
What we had was a mock. What we had then was a mock.
What do you mean mock?
It was a mock election. It's like when you say mock somebody JS3. They say, well, let me.
Why? How is that?
It was election by trial. Let's just try. It's like when you want to go and play table tennis, you start with what we call Paco before you go to the standard board.
No, it was complete election.
Let me tell you. Let me just tell you. It was an in-house thing. And of course, we did it as brothers and sisters. It was intra-party election. And I tell you, even this last one was intra-party. You can't test weekend when it has to do with inter. Of course, you will see the implosion. We will exemplify the powers. You will see the power that be.
Right.
And that is why you saw when the federal might came in here.
No, I didn't see.
And it was asymmetric. So we can all strata. I don't want to start, like I said, my hymn book is inside. I don't want to sing it.
PDP will win all elections in River State. Atiku's victory uncertain. Wike says. I think what Emmanuel was also trying to point out there, the part of Atiku's victory is, even if River State decides not to vote for Atiku, it doesn't mean that he would lose the elections generally.
You mean
Atiku.
To
win the nation.
Even if River State says we will not vote for Atiku, and when I say River State now, I mean Governor Wike, and then all his loyalists along this,
including myself.
Yes, all his loyalists and people who will vote, who have sympathy votes, who say once he says we'll vote. If all of them decide to go that way, and eventually Atiku doesn't clinch River State, it doesn't mean that means he's going to lose being president.
Annie, you can't say so.
No, we can. Do you know why we can say so? Because I'll tell you why we can say so. Because there's a reference. Buhari did not win River State.
It may turn out bad for Atiku.
That's what I'm saying. It may not. But we can't say that. If you lose River
in fact,
State,
it will turn back bad for him, because with what we have, when you look at the instances, of course,
his wish.
Now, it will turn bad, and he should know the population has risen. You can see the number of voters.
All right, then.
Recently, just 4 states. So he should be very careful.
Right.
Although I'm praying for Asiwaji, I saw him in the dream.
You will see. You will see him in the dream. Asiwaji too.
The spirit said I should vote for him.
We've transformed Nigeria, tackled insecurity, and empowered Nigerians. AGF Malami speaking there. Sorry, I hang your phone. What justification has the Nigerian government to hold on to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, after the various court judgments freeing him? And then this is what he said: to release or not to release Nnamdi Kanu is a function of the law and the rule of law for that matter. In arriving at the decision whether to release or not to release, 1, you look at the rule of law. 2, you look at the public and the national interest. 3, you look at the. I think we read it before, Emmanuel. We've done this.
Yeah.
Why is Vanguard bringing this up again?
No.
First.
And we can read it as monetized.
It's exactly the same interview. The same interview, the same statement he made. Well, he says, let me first talk about the rule of law. There is someone that has been granted bail on account of charges that has been preferred against him at court. To the international community, a case of fugitive is established against the backdrop of bail jumping. 2, arising from national security. This is someone that is charged with treason, incitement of the public, destruction of civil authority, a kind of murder and assassination of others on account of his incitement. That boils down to issues that bother us on issues of national security and criminality. 3, on account of international diplomacy. This is someone that has turned against his person, using the international community or a foreign country to launch an attack against a nation, against his nation. For example, for that matter. So all these naturally come into play to determine what you do. So if you have equally gone through judicial processes, multiple cases, a case of treason, a case of homicide, a case of jumping bail, among others, the fact that you have indeed succeeded in one case as opposed to multiple others that are pending goes to establish the fact that that case cannot be the only basis and criteria for determining whether you are entitled to be released or not. All right, let's go through the works all over again. Emmanuel, your thoughts on that?
You see, Annie, I think certainly federal government, the politicians are the same. You remember when notable men from the eastern states went to meet Buhari? And Buhari said no, it wasn't in his hand. It was in the hands of the judiciary. Now, what the court says in case of Nnamdi Kanu will be accepted, not government interference and all that. So, what they are saying, they should keep it for the judiciary. Now, the judiciary he mentioned has spoken, not another wing of government. Malame and perhaps his principal are saying, no. He has automatically, their actions show that they have reversed that thing Buhari promised those people. For me, I am saying let them leave it for the judiciary, as they said. Who says the Supreme Court will accept exactly the move that Buhari is making with Malame and all the rest of government officials? It may go back to this. They may support what the appeal court said, but when they don't support it, see, if you are going for any trouble, you will be ready that if it might favor me, it might not favor me. I am not sure at any point in time Nnamdi Kanu will die in prison. He will eventually finish the whole thing and come out strong and healthy. So let them not be worried about this. All I know is that if you believe in politicians, it is best you do not enter into trouble. Because if you enter trouble, if they say A yesterday, they will change it to C tomorrow.
For your thoughts, Emmanuel, let's get on to Wodi Chimene.
Well, I think clearly Nigeria was established by the Constitution, and by the Constitution, I think every authority must bow to it. Because when you look at the Section 1 of the 1999 Constitution, Sub 1, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is supreme. So it means that the supremacy of the Constitution, even that of the President, is beneath it. All the powers of Mr. President, the Mr. President must. So there was a court order that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. And that was an order of court, which we all thought that the president and presidency would have obeyed. As at the time they filed the stay, there was an interval from Nnamdi Kanu. But what came out, they brought the issue of national interest and murder case. They stayed it, they filed the stay. But then we will look at what the court will do, the Supreme Court will do, because there have been a lot of preemption emanating from federal government, usurpation of the judicial powers or the judicial authority. And when you look at the interval as at when this dispute came and the order of court came, Mike Ezekwueme has come out to say, look, that there have been a lot of suppression, there have been a lot of intimidation, orders. When you look at the words of Binta Nyako, the order was strict and very clear that he should be discharged. So I think we must be the Nigerian authority, those in authority must be very careful in raising the issue of national interest and national public interest. Of course, this comes to full when an accused person has been looked at as being a menace to the society. I don't see Nnamdi Kanu to be posing a threat, because this is the issue of Nigeria is part of UN Charter. And when you look at the resolution of those charters, we are privy and part and parcel of it. It means that whatever we have signed as signatory to that charter binds on us. So if a man decides to say, look, I've been marginalized, or a group of persons, it is the duty of a country to listen and see whether or not, if there are truths. But there was no time. There was no platform given to this young man or his groups they were taken to court, labeled all sort of. I'm not holding brief for him, but I think that what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If there is an order of court, the authority must obey it. Because the disobedience of court order today, of course, will lie as a precedent. That is why people resort to jungle justice. When you look at, if I want to go to court for, let it end here today. So they are setting a bad precedent. Because if you look at the court in Umuahia and that of what happened in Abuja, you will see that federal government disobedience was so glaring. And federal government has set up, after that instances, I was calling on the judiciary to brace to each occasion. And these candidates that are contesting, they should tell us what they will do in judiciary, not only in security. Because if we get the judiciary right, people will not resort to jungle justice. People will not, federal authority will understand that. Of course, we must obey the order of court. It goes to show that there is no independence of the judiciary. Because from the exercise of federal government authority, it means that federal government is even on top. Because they detect whatever that goes on.
We got your thoughts there on that. Thank you so much, Wody. And if Haga is also here with us, is a political analyst, adolescent and adult literacy volunteer, South coordinator, Think Tinubu Movement. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning, Haning. Panelists, good morning to everybody. Nigerians, greetings to you. I'm always loyal.
Let's get your thoughts on this.
Yes. Law is an instrument used to regulate society for orderliness, for peace and development. And the law established every arms of government and defined the powers, their roles, functions. And also the law, they also define the obligations of the citizens. And the right that are enshrined in every constitution or the law is not what I call free for all. It is limited to an extent, because if you think you have a right to do whatever you think, and the other person also exercise the same right, the society will be plunged into chaos and anarchy. And at the end, the aims for establishing that society will be defeated. So this law to an extent are restricted by the same constitution to a certain level in order to encourage harmonious living among the citizens. And this is what we have in section 45 of the 1998 Constitution as amended. And if you see the citizens that are also proclaiming this right, they will tell you, I have the right to do this, I have the right to do that. If I am marginalized, or I am feeling disenchanted with the system, the law also recommends avenues for which a citizen can address these grievances. It is either you move for amendment of the Constitution, or you address the grievances through the court. Aside these available channels that are lawfully enshrined in the Constitution, there it means you are becoming a rebel against the existence of the state. And every state is created to continue to exist as long as the nature tarry. So any action that seems to threaten this existence, the state will call it rebellious. That is why every state of the world has what they call vital interests. And these vital interests have to do with their identity, their territorial integrity, and their respected values. And every nation are ready to go to war where these interests are threatened. We have the issue of Catalonia and Spanish government, where Catalonia decided to secede from the Spanish state. But the Spanish state look at it that this is a threat against our vital interest, that is our existence. And the governor of the Catalonia region and all those secessionists were cracked down. Some of them were even killed, some beaten, and some jailed. If you go to Canada, they also have that issue. In US, Texas have been trying to say we will not break away. And the issue went to court. And the end, the Canadian court even said that yes, you might have your right, but the issue of secession will be fully determined by the state. And the state will only look at their interests. What are the issues here? If you felt that your region or your people are so marginalized, to what extent are you actually marginalized? And what are the legal means have you employed towards ensuring that the issue of marginalization is taken care of? By a time in this country, you have a region where you hail from that dominated the politics of Nigeria. Other people didn't say they were succeeding, particularly the Yoruba race. At the time, they were so marginalized that the government of Nigeria was between the north and the eastern people of today. But the Yoruba didn't say we are succeeding because we felt that we are not at the mainstream. But what they did through Akitola was to realize their
political witnesses, and Akintola decided to go into the national politics. I joined the race, and he played back the Yoruba race into the national politics while Awolowo was also taken about region. So that is how things are achieved. Right now, what they did, you were inciting people, you were asking them to kill, you were asking them to destroy, and at the end of so many Nigerians were killed, security personnel were killed, property were destroyed, and now you say the court say they granted you.
They didn't say it, the court did.
The court did. I agree with them. The court said they granted you this, and the state they quoted their national interest because the law talked about the indivisibility and indissolubility of the Nigeria state. Anything that want to destroy or to divide Nigeria is already seen as a rebel. So what is our interest? They say they are going to appeal, which they have done, and there is a reversal to that effect, meaning they are still on track. They have not defined the law yet.
We got your thoughts on that, Emi Fiaraga. Thank you so much. Chief Love Theokere is also with us this morning. He's a social political analyst and community leader. Good morning.
Good morning, Annie. A feather has been added.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What's it?
Yes. The feather. I don't know why Emmanuel didn't
Emmanuel,
know it.
why did you ignore a feather? A whole feather?
And the feather is very long.
What's that?
Member River State PDP Campaign Council.
Yes.
Member River State PDP Campaign Council.
Yes, very important. Very important.
Yeah, the people that want to make us vote for PDP across board.
We are going to win all our seats.
No, I said you are the campaign council now. So I said you're the people that will make us vote for these people,
PDP
right?
in River State now.
Okay.
To win all our seats in River State.
Yes. All right.
You have a task
ahead of you. You have a
State.
task ahead of you then.
Of course. And
I believe.
But the task has been simplified by the activities of what the governor has done on ground.
So good for
Very
you. Very
simplified and
good for you.
Yes.
Since you're a member of
everything has been simplified in River State now.
I laugh up to that. But since you have indicated that you're a member of that campaign,
yes,
I'll also like to pass to you, Emmanuel, when he's done with the show. Maybe you give him a copy of our rate card.
Of course.
Yeah, what?
A copy of our rate card.
What is a red card?
The rate.
Okay, the rate.
Yes.
No. You should commercialize it.
That's what are we partners
for?
No,
you come to our office.
No, you are here. Your office is already here.
No.
See you here, office.
No, come to our office. So that was direct with our own commercial unit.
You're already here. You're already here.
You know, big man talk to big man.
You're already here. That has simplified it for us.
Yeah, you're already simplified.
Yes, you're here already.
Yes.
So we'll hand it over to you.
Yes.
Emmanuel, please do not forget. Jokes aside, he needs to have a copy of that. All right, let's go ahead. I was just teasing.
Yes, Nnamdi Kanu and the Nigeria
AGF.
Judiciary and the AGF. You see, I keep on saying that there are. You know, I won't blame the Malami here. Malami has shown his. He is the chief law officer of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and what if you ask him whatever he's doing, he will tell that he's protecting the Nigeria state in terms of making sure that there is law and order. He will tell you that. Now it is left for judiciary or the judges who are presiding over cases to deliver judgment that is precise without ambiguities, so that if a court has discharged me and acquitted me, so anybody doing anything with me is the one not taking laws into his hand. So the men in judiciary, the lawyers, the judges, the the CJN, because the case of Nnamdi Kanu is a national issue that I'm sure that sometimes the Security Council will meet and discuss and review certain things. If the judge who delivered that judgment wanted this case to end on his table, because I don't want to start going from the back of what has happened, what Nnamdi Kanu did, what brought him to the court, how he was arrested. Now we are looking at what was presented before the judges that they are looking on. They have opened and say,
and that was his extradition.
Thank you. So that is what they are looking at. Now,
how he was brought into the country.
What stopped the judge from saying that Nnamdi Kanu is hereby discharged and acquitted? You see, Malami has cashed into that particular one, because if you are discharged in a case and you are not acquitted, it means that it is haphazard done. It's haphazard. So now, I'm sure that case has been appealed to the Supreme Court. So let the Supreme Court now use the double eyes, Perhaps a court of appeal looked at it with one eye. Now let the Supreme Court either close the two eyes or open the two eyes and now deliver the judgment that the nation will take. So it is the judge who delivered that judgment or ruling in court of appeal that has put us in this tight corner. If Nnamdi Kanu is going to be freed, they should discharge him and acquit him. But if he's not going to be freed, let the case continue. At the end of the day, we know whether he will go to jail or he will be freed.
All right, I'll get your thoughts on that. 8:56. I guess I can just read one more story. We might not have time to deliberate on it before we take the break for the news, but let me go ahead and read that up. This is also from the, I think it's still from the Vanguard newspaper. Yes. Okay. This is ex-militants delisted, 2,954 ex-militants delisted from amnesty payment voucher. That story is in the Vanguard newspaper. 2,954 ex-militants delisted from amnesty payment voucher. It says here that against the backdrop of the alarm raised by some concerned ex-militants in the Niger Delta over the recent delisting of 2,954,000 beneficiaries as against the speculated 3,548 beneficiaries from the regular payment voucher of the presidential amnesty program, an insider source has said the exercise followed due process. The source that spoke on the condition of anonymity said the exercise was necessitated by the alleged discovery of obvious irregularities on the payment voucher, where some beneficiaries who have been trained and empowered were still receiving their monthly stipends, with others who are currently undergoing in-training still found their names on the regular payment voucher. The source revealed that the irregularities on the payment list were recently uncovered by an internal audit that was instituted by the new interim administrator with a view to cleaning up the database of the program. The source further claimed that those affected by the delisting exercise included trained and empowered beneficiaries whose names are still on the voucher, those who received both the in-training allowance of 70,000 naira alongside the regular 65,000 naira monthly stipends. Also affected are beneficiaries with multiple entries on the payment voucher and beneficiaries who have also graduated from higher institutions of learning in formal educations. So it was almost like, they were checking out who the ghost workers are, quote unquote. Yeah. And, the funny thing is that this happens with after every administrator comes in and out of this PAP, the Presidential Amnesty Program. You have one who seems to be doing excellently, and you think they've streamlined it and everybody's accountable. A new one comes on board and says, I've discovered large fraud going on. People were collecting funds they were not supposed to. People were doing that. What really is going on with the amnesty program?
You see, Annie, it's just like free speech. Freedom of speech exists. But what if you rely on that and say something, whatever comes out of what you say, you have no way to control it. Government has done the acting in terms of saying, down the terms was we train you, for instance, and equip you with some appliances and all that. You leave the program. If that is exactly what the agreement was, then government is right in delisting them. But what will actually come from this delisting? Because remember that these individuals are not seeing themselves as some people that should be off that list anytime. You see that stipend, it must be coming every month, whether you've given us this or you've given us that. But the issue is that we are in this program, a presidential amnesty program. We are in there. In fact, we are like the Akwa Ibom man will say, an Amanisong. We are part of that place. That is how they see themselves. But I tell you, government has done the right thing. If you entered, you know what we are talking about, federal government and ASO. Operate with your agreement now. Now that they have been able to open their eyes and find it, and then take their pens and then trim that particular list, is good. They do so. But will those individuals, the former agitators, agree? We shall see.
All right, Mano. We'll come back after the break. The news update is next.
every day, every hour. When the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. The leader of the Pan-Yoruba group Afenifere, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, has reacted to Bola Tinubu's visit to a former leader of the group, Pa Ruben Fasoranti, saying the comments trailing it are an attempt to divide the group. Tinubu visited Pa Fasoranti in Akure on Sunday, where the former Lagos State governor was endorsed. But speaking on a live television program, the leader of Afenifere, Chief Adebanjo, who earlier endorsed Labour Party's Peter Obi, said the latest move was aimed at splitting the group. Chief Adebanjo insisted that Obi's endorsement is based on the principles of equity, as the Southeast has not produced a president since the return of democracy in 1999. River State Governor Nyesom Wike says a former Minister of Transport, Dr. Abiye Sekibo, does not feel such leadership position to speak on behalf of the state. Governor Wike said Dr. Sekibo is a self-seeking politician who has been unable to attract democratic dividends of whatever kind to the state while he served as minister and also to his hometown, Okrika. The governor spoke during the inauguration of 319 ward and 32 constituency liaison officers in the government house yesterday. The River State governor said leadership is not about personal aggrandizement, but serving the people, protecting their interests while building up others as competent successors. The River State House of Assembly has referred the state financial statements and accounts of the fiscal year 2021 report to the Committee on Public Accounts. The lawmakers took the decision shortly after the Auditor General of River State submitted the financial statements and accounts of the fiscal year 2021. In his submission, the leader of the House, Martin Sameule, said it is the constitutional right of the House to look into the final audit report of the state. Today FM's Priye Izogu reports that the House also deliberated on a report submitted by the House Committee on Environment on a petition by Amakri and Amakri solicitors against Setraco on chemical and other hazardous materials on a plantain plantation along the Rumuji-Indele axis of the East-West Road. And now to the foreign scene. Police in the Indian state of Gujarat have arrested 9 people in connection with the collapse of a pedestrian bridge that killed at least 141 people. 4 of those detained are employees of a firm contracted to maintain the bridge in the town of Morbi. Hundreds were on the structure when it gave way, sending people screaming for help into the river below in the dark. The 140-year-old suspension bridge, a major local tourist attraction, had been reopened only last week after being repaired. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. It's your right to vote. Ensure you take advantage of this coming election to elect the leaders of your choice. To have a great morning, I am Annie Abdusalam. Thank you for listening.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
It's a new day. It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the garden city of Port Harcourt, River State, Nigeria. How you doing? Today 95.1 FM is here for you all day long. Cheers to a wonderful day. Stay tuned.
All right, so it's almost 5 minutes after 9. I've got Fortune from Planet View Properties here with me. Fortune, the man who brings good news, right? Shall I say that?
Yeah, good news.
All right, so let's
Good
hear from
news.
you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Port Harcourt. It's another day with Planet View Properties, and today we are offering you very, very wise investment decisions. For those of you who haven't heard of Planet View, we are a real estate development company located here in Port Harcourt, and then we do a lot of land sales in form of estates and layouts within Port Harcourt. So for investment, for those of you who want to invest in property, because one problem we've come to realize is that so many of you have this money to invest, but you don't know what to invest in, or you don't know who to trust, So some people want to buy property for the purposes of investment and then reap from it over time, but they are too scared to go into investments. But with Planet View Properties, we solve this problem, but firstly, you would have to come to the office, and then we give you one or two hints on how to go about verification on all our properties, which is very important. Yes, so we have some estates located around the new international airport. Prestige Gardens, which is somewhere you can start development immediately. People have started building already.
Already? Okay.
Yes, it's selling at 2 million naira per plot. You have Zarin's Tower selling at 550k per plot. You have Precious Garden, which currently sells at 1 million naira per plot. We have other estates around town, like Rukboko. You have Queen's Garden selling for 10 million naira per plot. And then you have a whole lot of properties you can invest in. So if you're getting any of these properties, you do get a deed of conveyance and survey plan. There is no extra charge. For example, if you're going for Prestige, you feel like you want to start development immediately, you can go for Prestige Estates, and then you buy at the rate of 2 million naira and start your development. You're not making any extra payments other than the 2 million naira. You get your deed of conveyance and survey plan. So one good thing about the season is that we're offering you a chance to have fun while you invest.
All right.
Yeah.
What's the fun?
That's the 1 minute shopping.
1 minute shopping.
Yes.
Please tell me about it again. The
Yeah.
1 minute shopping. I think you said something yesterday that was a big revelation for me. You said you didn't have to carry everything.
Yeah. We are trying to give back. We don't also want you to feel like you don't have an opportunity to get much, So even while you're going around the supermarket grabbing what you can, you don't need to actually pull weight. All you need to do is touch the item, and then it's added to your cart.
Wow.
You understand? And you just run around.
But in 60 seconds.
Just 60 seconds. And you'll be surprised.
I've been running around this building since you said so, just to make sure that I can run a distance in 60 seconds and touch everything as I'm going.
Yeah, well, it will do you some good, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will do you some.
Because if I finish running, I don't buy a plot of land. Not
No. Don't worry. See, the thing is, if you want to get a close-up, because some people worry, they feel like there's not much they can do in 1 minute. I'll advise you to visit our social media handle, and you see videos of last how do I put it, campaigns.
Okay.
And you see clients picking. A guy the last time picked about 3 bags of rice. Someone took a refrigerator, among other things. You understand?
Wow.
So there's a lot you can do in 1 minute. So all you have to do,
that refrigerator.
all you have to do to qualify,
Yes.
is buy a plot of land from any of our estates.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So how do we contact you?
Okay, to reach us for more information, you contact Planet View Properties at 64A Tombia Extension, GRA Port Harcourt. I repeat, 64A Tombia Extension, GRA Port Harcourt. Or you book for an inspection to see these properties by calling me on 081 60 36 3989. I repeat, 081 60 36 3989.
All right. So where's your office located again?
Yeah, 64A Tombia Extension. That's by Rumeme Civic Center off Ikwe Road.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the office is open when?
It's open Mondays through to Saturdays, and then to join us for inspection is very, very important. To see these properties I've mentioned and verify yourself, you visit us every Wednesday and Saturday by 10 a.m. no African time.
All right. Okay. So let's have quickly a breakdown of some of the plots available. Okay,
I mentioned Prestige Garden selling for 2 million naira. I mentioned Precious Garden selling for 1 million naira. You have Planet View Layout Phase 1 selling for 1 million naira. You have Glory City, which was selling at 400k last year, currently selling at 800,000. That's because it's close to this new Faculty of Agriculture, UST at Abara. So it's properties around that area have actually skyrocketed. So most people that invested as of last year are reaping 100% profit now. So you can invest in Zarin's Tower, which currently sells at 550k per plot, and you do stand a chance to you do qualify actually to shop for free as long as you buy at least one plot from any of our layouts.
So it's either the 550 or the 2 million. Anyone buy and then 1 minute shopping.
Yes.
I'm there. Thank you so much. Your numbers again?
Okay, yeah, you can reach me on 081 60 36 39 3989. I repeat 081 6036 3989.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming through, Fortune.
Right, thank you.
All right, so it's 11 minutes after 9. You're still listening to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, we'll return. We'll have the papers up for discussion.
Are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the Voice of the People.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You also say here. Don't worry. This government.
For that station,
Don't worry you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are
Your number one talk radio station, 95.1 FM.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
After 9, you're listening to Today 95.1 FM. We are your premium talk news and sports station. We are the voice of the people, and we're going to check out some papers this morning. We've already done a couple. I think the last story that we took had to do with the amnesty program and the fact that 2,954 ex-militants have been delisted from the amnesty payment voucher. There has been, how will I say, house cleaning exercise done by the new administrator. And I don't want to call it a grouse now, but my issue with that is we see that happen. It's almost systematical. Like you expect that with each new administrator that you're going to hear, oh, we discovered this monumental fraud going on here, or we discovered that there 3,000 students who are not students. Why do we keep having that? Why is that something that is so it's not our culture? It's not that I could say, oh, that's our culture, but why won't we ever get to a point where somebody comes on board, takes over office, and there's nothing to unfold, there's nothing to discover, or even if you discover, you're not going to have them in this large scale. A couple of hundreds here and there. Oh, there were 200 and 100, but 2,900 plus people been delisted because they had graduated and their names were still on the list, or they were in training and they were still collecting the monthly stipends. And I understand the monthly stipends is 65. What is the 70K for? The training? But in any which case, if you're taking the 70K, you're not supposed to be taking the 65. And you finished the training and graduated, you're supposed to go ahead and afford your life. They've given you skills to go and eke out a living for yourself. You're not supposed to lean on them anymore. But there's several people who have been trained, gone through it all, and still leaning back on the 65,000 naira that they're supposed to earn monthly. But let me get to you, what did you mean? There are several people who say they've not even started that. They've not entered our camp. That they're still in camp A233. They've not come to camp C, D, D. You know, you hear all of that and you're wondering, this is never going to end.
And when you look at the Quizlet of amnesty, you will get angry. Why I say so is that I met some people that have not fought before in my place and outside my own side who are part of amnesty. And I was looking at their date of violence. because we all knew.
Their date of violence.
Yes, date of violence. You know, when you see a man, you know if he has done.
I haven't heard that one
Okay,
before.
it's a new grammar.
Yes,
it has gone into the archives.
What is your date of violence?
We have date of birth. And maybe I will ask you.
He doesn't have violence in his bones, no. It's just like COG. They say he doesn't have fire. He doesn't have fire in his belly. He doesn't have violence in his belly.
And so, you know, it's when you look at how Amnesty started and how people were profiled, you will see that in all of this camp, it became a thing that has to do with nepotism. You know, you just get one camp and name yourself an overlord, get some boys around, put their names down, because at a point it became a salary thing. You know, boys, oh yeah, come and write your name. So I saw several of them, and the last person I saw was a university student. I said, why did you take amnesty? Do you know the consequence of it? He said the salary is what he's after. I said, won't you travel out of this one? He said he doesn't care. Go to which side? Nigeria is okay for him with 65,000. I looked at him and looked at the professional course he read while we were in UST. I now looked at him. I said, which camp do you belong? He said he doesn't need to belong to any camp. That he saw the form. In fact, he became a political patronage, you know, for the higher party. And secondly, if you're not in that party, of course, it becomes difficult. Or maybe you must be one of the overlords. So I asked him several questions. I now discovered that it has become a thing of, is now a penchant of settlement. Just get a form and fill your name. It does not matter. In fact, even if you ask the guy what is militancy, he doesn't know. But what he's after is 65,000. And each time he gets it, he's happy. So, and the process of profiling is another problem. Then there was a compromise in the line of duty. Secondly, there was a huge responsibility of those that they have appointed, between the appointee and the appointer. Now, the appointer was not even careful. Because if you have appointed somebody to say, look, you have this responsibility, and these people that have been appointed are major generals, retired, who are even in their tired days. Now, some of them are not even looking at the people that are there in the line of duty. What they do is that they profile, they go to each camp, say, get as many as, you know, these persons. And some of them are putting most of these ghost names, you can't take it away, are from them. Now, what is going on now, that they're having sanitation now, is because the names that are there are not the names that should be there, because the new person will have to put a new name. It's not that what they are doing now is to catch ghost workers. There will be replacement. Because what they are doing, they will look at the list. It is corruption upon corruption. Because if you look at River State alone, to which I belong to, and as a citizen, the people that are good percentage of people that I've seen in Amnesty have never fought before. They don't even know the Creek Road. I can tell you, they can't mention anywhere that there is pipeline. What they did was that some of them, many of them are graduates. In fact, they just took it as an indemnity point, where government, at the end of the day, federal government pays them. And don't take away this. Most of these boys are used during elections as overlords. You mount them. So, what we have to do is that we have to look at those that have been appointed, the leadership of this amnesty, this thing, because they know. You can't just pay without knowing the list. They know the list of persons that are there. They know the ghost workers. It's like when a chairman comes in, when a chairman has been appointed, what he does is that the essence of the former chairman will be dropped. What he will do is to get his own list. So what they are doing now is the more we look.
So this guy, this new guy now is bringing his own people.
He's bringing his own people. People should understand that there is no, this is corruption par excellence. It's like another miniature of NDDC. I have looked at the names. In fact, you see a lot of names. Even those that are from Niger, their names are there. All you need to do, just show your muscle and don't even fight. Pretend you belong to one camp, you know, and go and write your name. I saw the form and I read the consequences. I told one of them. He said, "You're a lawyer." I said, "Yes." He said, "I should help him. What are the consequences?" I said, "You can't travel without tendering your passport." There are a lot of indemnity clause, and there are consequences behind that indemnity clause. When once you take amnesty, you can cross over. You can cross, but there are a lot of things. You will be profiled. In fact, federal government will have to be kept on watch, but some of them are sneaking out. So, in all of these things, you don't just take amnesty. Have they been able to guide them, to tell them about the consequence? Because what these guys does is they after the salary. And the purpose of, the purpose at which this thing was created for is not being utilized. Some of them are graduated from school. And ordinarily, they ought not to be paid. But as I speak to you, they're still on salary. So, you can't take it away from them. These things that they are delisting them, of course, will have more criminals. That will be the multiplying effect. We will have more criminals in the street. Because these guys are not even up to, they are not happy with 65,000. What they do is that some of them are into drug and other vices.
Right.
So if you're dropping them, you must begin to look at, because they have signed. If you have signed, you can't renege. A criminal is a criminal. A thief is a thief. I have repented. Who did you give it to? So what they should do while you're delisting them, you have to look at where you're keeping them, because you can't bring them to that limelight of 65,000 and take them back to 2,500. They will take AK-47 in replacement. So we must look at, if you're delisting them, who are you putting there? I've looked at the man.
So the ones that you're going to put now will be the ones that will go and fight this
No,
one?
these are heavenly people. That is these people that are coming in now will be it's like what is going on in NDDC. The water hyacinth. If you reach there, you get a form. They will give you a form. Water hyacinth, they will give you. As soon as you finish filling your name, maybe your name start from C. That C, they will just bring an artist. The C will now change to A. Maybe if it is, let me not use my name as an example.
Use your name.
I will not. What you will see in that water hyacinth will even surprise you. As soon as they publish the list, you will not see your name again. What you see is Samadi Samuel. The Chimele will change to Samuel. So these are the things that are going on. And the question I keep asking, must he be a retired general that will help amnesty this thing? Must he be a general? I have looked at them, and these are people that some of them have not been paid for years. When you appoint them, hallelujah comes in. So federal government knows what they are doing.
Right,
and most of these retired generals are those that fought war with the president. So he's trying to indemnify them.
All right then. Let me move on to you. What did you mean? God. Emmy.
For me, I will look at it in this perspective. The names that are on the list and those that are being delisted, what is the difference? They're all the same in my eyes. The whole issue surrounding the amnesty, right from onset, I never buy the idea. I never support it, and I will not support it, because it was ill-conceived and it wasn't designed to succeed or help the cause of the Niger Delta. It was designed to fail and to polarize even the Niger Delta. It's just that some ethnic groups have decided to just let go, let us just keep quiet and watch. If not, the amnesty itself will have created a lot of uproar and crisis in the Niger Delta. Because as much as I know right from beginning, the way the list, the people were selected and all that, form were given to camps. Some persons were identified as lords, and the form were given to them. And those persons will now go back to their ethnic group and begin to pick their boys, fill the names, and that is what they submitted. Some other persons who wanted to be liberal to an extent, they will just call you, are you interested? But the amount is above 65,000. But they will tell you, if the amount is, this is what I will be paying you, not the amount the federal government will be paying. So it was a business. Some person accepted that pay cut, while some others just say, no, I am not going to partake in this amnesty. If federal government was serious about the development of the Niger Delta, why are you paying some persons who have carried arms against the state? Why some other persons
to pacify them?
To pacify them. Why the ones who decided to be conformists,
civil,
to be conformists and to be civil in the society, will be watching those who are violent collecting pay? Don't you think that will be a motivation, a stimulus for those persons to want to join the armed struggle as well against the state? So what are you trying to achieve?
I think that at the time when the amnesty came in, it was supposed to be a stopgap.
There was a date that was fixed that it will stop.
Yes.
But Niger Delta people, there is
they
not.
said they can't stop.
The Niger Delta is like a monkey. I'm sorry to it, like a monkey.
They said you can't stop now.
You will give banana and a cup. Don't even think of collecting that cup and the banana again. Just allow it to continue. If I go and look for more, if not, if the monkey finishes that one, he will come ask if you don't give his trouble. That is the Niger Delta. If the federal government was so sincere and so concerned about the development of the Niger Delta, this money that they be paying since that time till now, some other money that we are not aware of, why don't you at least set up a kind of a technical school in each of the senatorial districts that will be open for all Niger Delta who are ready to be trained in one skill or the other? But you decided to identify some group of persons who are rebellious just because you felt that yes, you want to pacify them, and you left the other people to be watching, to be starving themselves, while some criminals, sorry to say, in the eyes of the law, I'm not the one criminalizing them now,
carry and you pay them, you reward them, who wants something, while the others will be starving, is wrong. So for me, this amnesty issue should be redesigned, or the Niger Delta, who are not violent, should come together. At least let us have a voice, because we can't continually to watch people. Some who are picking arms are being rewarded with political appointment, financially, scholarship, and all that. And at the end, some will not even want to go to the school. You give the scholarship. The other day, I was with some person. We lived in the same compound at a time. They were sent to South Africa to have some training. Yeah. In a certain area, they put a restriction, the danger, don't cross. The place is inaccessible. Do you know what they do? Say, why would they put something like this? People should not be. But in Nigeria, we do what we want. We walk to anywhere. We will not be restricting us. It's not alright. They will go into the place until the government of that region call them and warn the people who were training there that these people should not cross this place because it's danger. You want to bring problem to South Africa? Another one see went there. They want to win. Why would they be stopping? It's right. And the government was so angry, and they just packed them in buses and returned them back to the country. And
we in Nigeria.
And he came back, he was very angry. He was angry with government, was angry with South Africa. These people are not human beings. Why would they stop? I want to win such. I should carry. Was there no place for you to win? They just went there to be disgracing Nigeria. So, and in back here home, we are still encouraging such criminality. So I think for me,
and this story you're saying, you're recounting the true story here.
I am telling you what happened. Say somebody will live in the same compound with now. I live with him in the same compound. So will I say something I don't know?
All right.
So for me, I think this issue of amnesty, those that are being removed, those that are being replaced, all for me are the same thing. Until federal government will come and begin to redesign this thing that will encourage Nigerian citizens and the Niger Delta people to do away with arm and begin to think, how can I be useful to the society? How can I be contributory to the development of the Niger Delta and the peace of the land? Through what? Through better skill acquisition and better training and education. I think that is the way to go. Not this way you are rewarding arm bearers and leaving the people who decide to be civil for them to be starving and watching.
We got your thoughts on that. Thank you so much. Let me move on down to Chief Lovedale Kerry.
Honey, the only thing I can say here is that unemployment, ignorance, illiteracy has blindfolded majority of the youths to submit themselves to be enlisted amongst the list of criminals in the name of making money, short-term money for that matter. Otherwise, I don't know what will make anybody to undermine the consequences of being an ex-militant. As a matter of fact, ex-militant means that you have carried arm against the state. You may have murdered persons. You may have done a lot of things against the state. That is what ex-militant means. And as a matter of fact, some persons whose names are contained in that list today were not born, or maybe they were 3 years, 4 years old when amnesty was granted to certain ex-militants in this country. But they grew up to hear amnesty program. They didn't know what the amnesty means. They submitted their names and passport. Everything is there with their thumbprint, because everything now is through thumbprint. They capture your that, and anywhere you go all over the world. Once you put your thumbprint, you are there. Ex-militant from Nigeria. Then you'll be questioned.
Ex-militant from Nigeria.
They do not know the implication of what they are doing because of 65,000 naira, even more.
Sorry, if you American.
Yes, because it has been gazetted in Nigeria here. Okay. It is there in Nigerian database.
All right.
Once you put your thumbprint, bam, you will see it there.
Ex-militant from Nigeria.
Then you will not answer more questions.
That's the part
that you have prepared for yourself.
Ex-militant from Nigeria.
So it is very important that we begin to educate our people. And just like you say that amnesty program was a stopgap, there was a timeline for this amnesty. There was a timeline. And it was as a result of what we have. I do not blame those who brought in the amnesty program, because what was going on in Niger Delta was a complete, total, not even a guerrilla warfare, total war. Because some of us who were here between 2006, 7, 8 know that we are working in this particular with our hands up. Buses will drop all the passengers with their hands raised up, and only the driver. And as the driver is driving himself, one of his hands is up. He won't even wind up. In River State here. So Yaradua, in his wisdom, initiated this, and it worked. And there was a timeline. So I'm saying this now so that those of our youth who have submitted their names into that particular program, they're not doing themselves any good. Maybe the history was not told to them very, very well. That's why I started by saying that unemployment, illiteracy, and ignorance has made themselves to undermine the implication of what they are doing. So for me, if the new administration today mean well for the use of Niger Delta, what I would even want them to do is that you look at their record and see these people has been, indemnified by way of training them abroad or within the country. The agreement or whatever has been satisfied. Now you people are going to be delisted. Then the ones that are remaining, do the same thing and zero the program list and close it down, so that the money that's always going to the amnesty program can be channeled to something reasonable, that people's name will not be appearing as ex-militants. The only reservation I have is that the money that is coming through that now, I don't know, maybe it will be entering into people's pocket or whatever, or the federal government has to close it down and channel that into NBDC, even though I know that NBDC has never favored me or my community one day. In fact, I hear NDDC as one of the commission in Nigeria or Niger Delta. I have never seen them. I have not even seen their foot in a chair as a whole, not to talk of my community. So that is why if I'm even saying channel to NDDC, they should channel to NDDC so that those who are also collecting should also go and collect in the name of Niger Delta than criminalizing our people in the name of amnesty program. It's very unfortunate, but I'm happy that I don't think in my community there's anybody that is enlisted as a member of an amnesty program.
So there's no militants?
No militants in my community. So I thank God for that.
Just one sentence. Quickly. It will be a vote. The money should not be channeled to NDDC. Chimene will support me.
Yeah, and every other let it not go there.
If you give the money to NDDC, you are putting it in the hole. That Niger Delta.
At least we know that. At least let it not go there. One day, somebody that hole now, because we are. Are you okay?
We can never access.
Is it going to be the Minister of Niger Delta that has abandoned East West Road?
Ministry of
Where are you going to put it?
So where should the money go?
Where should the money go to? Where should the money go?
One question: where should the money
build? Maybe an institution. Like
under
which authority, under which
they should set up a kind of a technical committee to undertake that under the federal.
They should set up another NDDC.
No, not NDDC.
But that's it now.
No, it will be like
it's a duplication of
a bank. I will be contracted to do that.
It's a duplication.
NDDC is a product of an act
from
the National Assembly. You know. NDDC is a product of
amnesty money is not part of NDDC.
If you Minister of Niger Delta, so on which ground are you going to stand?
And we can build a fast food with the money.
We can build fast food with the money.
Yes, whoever that is hungry can, because all this is channeled to us to work infrastructure.
This is a separate fund meant for that purpose.
So what they should just do is open a public
kitchen. So they should close it down and channel the money to.
Chief, we can build a public kitchen, because all these things is channeled to hunger.
Public kitchen just to chop.
You have suggested now. You don't know what is. See, your own may be money. Another person's own may be food.
Cooking eba.
Now, even if it's 22 bars of yam a day, then because
22 bars of yam a day. For who and who?
Is it not timely that millions of people are there? You can go
and they'll eat 20 tubers.
You say what?
You
we can per local government.
Every 20 per compound will not be enough.
Wait, Annie, some persons may not want to go. They may be shy. Some may want to come at night to eat. Now this will you go? I don't know. I will not be there because it is channel to hunger. So if we can channel it to supermarket or something that is bigger, River Shopping, Niger Delta Shopping Mall.
Oh my goodness!
You go with they can tell us how much we can go there with.
Right,
it will assist us.
Let's move on.
Like Spa.
Why I boycotted Afeniferi's endorsement of Tinubu Adebanjo speaking. Leader of the Pan-Yoruba social political group Afeniferi, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, has explained the reason behind his absence at the endorsement ceremony of the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC Asiwaju Bola Tinubu in Akure on Sunday. Adebanjo, in an interview with newsmen on Sunday, said he was not expected to attend the meeting where Tinubu was endorsed. The Afeniferi leader noted that his support for Obi was already known. Adebanjo is quoted to have said, "In the first place, I was not supposed to be there. In the second place, we have made our position clear. Pa Fasoranti asked me if I was coming. I said if he asked me to come. But tell him what the position of Afenifere is. Once he has done that, I'm not going to go into any controversy about that. Afenifere has taken a stance to support Obi. Any other splinter or rebel group, I am not going to into any controversy about that. I regard that as a diversion. What we are going to do now is see that we succeed at the election," he added. Recall that the leader of the Pan-Yoruba social political group Afenifere Pa, Ruben Fasoranti, and several Southwest leaders had endorsed Tinubu on Sunday at Fasoranti's residence in Akure, the Ondo State capital. During the meeting, Fasoranti prayed for Tinubu, just as he declared Tinubu will win the election. In a statement after the meeting, the organization's National Organizing Secretary Abago Omololu said the Afenifere leaders did not hesitate to endorse Tinubu. He noted that Tinubu proved beyond doubt that he will practice true federalism by giving states more control over internal affairs when elected. His statement partly reads, "Tinubu shared with us his vision of a greater and more prosperous Nigeria, where democratic rights, rule of law, justice and fairness will reign supreme." He also gave assurance on steps to be taken to ensure the safety and security of Nigerians and their properties. Well, yesterday on social media, a lot of this was going back and forth, and they said, "Oh, look, that Pa Fasoranti is not Afenifere. The real Afenifere in the leadership is Adebanjo. And whoever this group are, it could just be a group of Yoruba elites or Yoruba leaders, but they shouldn't attach themselves to Afenifere." And another conversation came up and said, Pa Fasoranti was just praying. He will pray for any other person who comes before him seeking endorsement. It wasn't specific to Tinubu. Anybody who was seeking his prayers will as well approach him and get it too.
You see, Annie, I don't know. People should be checking of age of any personality involved in any event. Fasoranti was a Afenifere leader like Adebanjo is now. He has served his own term and passed. He is alive, but he's 96 years or so. I'm sure he would have been having frailties of old age on him. I don't want to go that way, sir. I just don't want
dementia.
I don't want to go that way.
96 years old.
I'm counting it in a way that if you hear it, you use your tongue and count your teeth.
I didn't even mention him. I just said dementia.
He didn't want to count his teeth.
So if Obi moves today,
yes,
goes to Akure, to the house of Pa Fasoranti, he will pray and say Obi is going to win. That is the level he has reached. Anything at all you pour on him at that age will overwhelm him. What he will do is the fastest side to get free from the tangle. That is just what Fasoranti is doing. As it stands now, Debayo is the head of Afenifere. So he has said his Obi, and like I said, that Debanjo blazed and said Obi is the person they are supporting. Doesn't mean Obi has won the presidency. I don't know why people are jittery.
They need Afenifere support. It has to be Afenifere. Let me get to Wodi Chimenem. A number of people were at the place, Yoruba leaders, governors, and Makinde's deputy was there. What do you think?
And the Yorubas are, when you look at the history of the Yoruba, and when you look at them, you will see that etymologically these are people that have lived a communal life up to date. And when you look at their level of communism, of course you can't take away respect as part of the yardstick too. But when it comes to election has to do with interest, individual interest. We may be having a collective decision, but when it comes to casting of vote, there is a spirit that comes in. There is an electoral mammy spirit that envisages each person, whether you like it or not. Because as soon as you get to that box, something can just come and say, look, don't vote for that man again. We have seen people, after some 5 minutes of approving a candidate, a fraction of seconds can make you look at his head and say, this man may be wicked though. Let me just vote for the other person. Nobody looks at you. It's a private kind of thing. On that day, nobody will know where you will thumbprint. Including Fasoranti and Adebayo. None of them will know. where the vote will go to.
Finally.
And I have said it here that Afenifere has never approved anybody, and the person, prevails. Their blessings have always been that of, Queen of Persia
Yeah,
holding
so why
it,
are they contesting
holding the
it?
blessings. So I think what they want to do is that it's like shouting. What makes you blossom in election is when you shout. But like I said, you can be quiet and be sellable. So when you look at the candidates, of course, that of Obi and Tinubu, the Yorubas will not leave their own. If you look at the history of Nigeria, during the days of Awo, I can tell you for sure that the election of 2023 will be skewed into, ethnicity, and it will be on ethnicity basis. The only thing is that Tinubu has made his way, and I can tell you for sure, of course, it's between two persons, but I won't call Tinubu and the rest. But I can tell you for sure that
Tinubu and the rest.
Yes,
How would you call the names?
Maybe the chief here can call. The anointing of Afenifere,
yes,
cannot launch whoever they are anointing now into the high heavens of the leadership. It's like what happened in Brazil recently, Bolsonaro and Luis, I think so, Luis what? We must be...
Bolsonaro lost.
We saw what the opposition did there. He has... Remember, before he went into prison, he has been a sellable candidate. And I told people, look, when you have made mark in politics, all you need to do is just to, show your face, do the necessary thing. Why the new face will be, hitting all over. So, if you look at Tinubu, the Yorubas will not leave him. If you look at how they behave, how they write in their poetry, it is reflected. You can't take it away that Tinubu, directly or indirectly, that Afenifere will vote for him. And when you look at when Fashorantia was blessing him, holding his head and pontificating, I know it was
Lord have mercy.
not just Afenifere. They have sat down to do their in-house.
All right.
If you look at what happened in 1954, the same thing. In the 20s, 1920-something, the same thing. Awo's movement never ended. It was not only encompassing. It started from the Yorubas. And that was how they launched it. And if you look at his agendas, the canons of Awo, it was centered on how the development of the Yorubas. So you cannot take it away. And this is the only time that the West, you can see when they were doing primaries, governors were stepping down. This is our father. This is our brother. The likes of the governor for Osun, Ekiti, all of them. Name it. They were all there. It is their brother. Even the PDP governors that are in the West will vote for Tinubu. I can tell you for sure. So, whether the blessings of Afenifere comes in or not, they are solidly behind their brother. And that is how the election will go. Then the rest, what Tinubu will do again now, is to extend his olive branch to other northern grounds. I can tell you in Kogi, the same thing. Because we all know, if you look at Kogi State and the history of Kogi, they are Yorubas. And I don't know if I'm mixing history. He will get his vote there. So it will even be an apostasy as a Yoruba fledged person not to vote for Tinubu. So they will, whether they bless him or not, whether this Padebayo comes or not, he knows at his conscience he will be crucified if he doesn't vote for Tinubu.
We got your thoughts there. He's very adamant though about equity and how he must go to the southeast. Emefia, let's hear your thoughts here.
You see, some of our elders are thinking that we still live in the era of...
Oh, I forgot. You're a think tank.
They forgot. Maybe they thought that we're still living in the era of that, the medieval period where history and records are akin to the people. But in these days, technology, advancement and all that have exposed even so many secrets that the knowledge of the past is brought to fore through this availability of these channels. Ahmed Bola Tinubu was a protege of AD, rather the leadership of Abraham Adesanya and Ayo Adebanjo in AD. It was through that platform that Bola Tinubu won Lagos State governorship elections. After which, due to the characters and the politics that were playing at then, Tinubu decided to move to AC.
that created the political acrimony between Pa Adebanjo and Tinubu till date. Pa Adebanjo have refused to let go that scenario.
Has Tinubu let go?
Why? Tinubu was in good relationship with Abraham Adesanya now, but it's just Adebanjo who is still holding on to that bitterness. That was why, if you check back in all the elections that APC have contested, that Tinubu is a member of the APC, Pa Ayo Adebanjo has always moved in the opposite direction of whatever political platform Tinubu is. In 2015, Pa Ayo Adebanjo and his group endorsed Jonathan Sambo against the party where Tinubu is. In 2019, Pa Ayo Adebanjo endorsed Atiku and Obi as against the APC where Tinubu is. They don't care as long as the name Tinubu is there. Pa Ayo Adebanjo will always go the opposite political direction. That has been the issue. Pa Adefasaranti was the leader of Afenifere. Due to old age, he decided to hand over to Pa Ayo Adebanjo because he felt that he can no longer continue running around with his old age or in his old age. So Pa Ayo Adebanjo, they took over from him and continued to run the affair of Afenifere. So Adefasaranti is still seen as that leader, the conscience of the Yoruba people. Because whenever critical decision had to be taken, he always brought in, or they rally around him to arrive at certain decision. When Pa Adebanjo decided to play these political pranks again, the Tinubu think tank decided to.
That's the one that you're recording.
The Tinubu think tank. No, not me. I am talking about.
No, I'm asking, but it's the same group that you're the South
Tinubu
coordinator.
think tank among the presidential campaign decided to change the narrative because there are some candidates in this election, whatever they are driving on today is falsehood. So if you don't puncture that falsehood, they will continue to sell that narrative as if it were the whole of the whole story. So what they did was to rally around and contacted some other people. No, we need to make sure that the whole world don't see that everybody is with Ayo Adebanjo in that is personal political vendetta. So let us also find a means to work along other Pan-Yoruba group, which is the Afenifere group, who are members of the Afenifere, who are not with that Ayo Adebanjo's decision. And they decided to do it with the real leader of Afenifere.
He's not the real leader. He's not the real leader.
The real leader, is the one that hand over to Pa Ayo Adebanjo.
He has handed over, so he's not the real leader.
He's still seen as the father of the Yoruba nation.
He may be that, but he's not the leader of Afenifere.
Tomorrow.
No.
So
an adjustment.
Pa Ayo Adebanjo took that step. He decided what actually happened.
No.
Check
you are going.
His appointment when he was.
You're not listening to me. You just want to say what's on your mind, and Emmy, that's not it.
So
you're saying he's pan-Nigerian. He has done all of that. Meanwhile, you're skipping the issue of Fasaranti and Adebanjo.
I just
when you're done, when you're finished with the endorsement, then that's it. Not go ahead and say they saw him as a pan-Nigerian.
And that was what they said. That it is time to bring Nigeria together and to ensure that we have a one nation, and they see that in Tinubu.
We got your thoughts. Thank you very much. I'm going to move over to Chief Lovedale Kerry.
Yes,
have you moved over?
No, that is the fact. His appointment demonstrated. He showed it everywhere.
Amy, the microphone has left you.
He's with me.
It's not with you. I don't know which microphone is with you. Certainly not the one in this studio. All right, let's hear Chief Lovedale.
Yes, last week when there was an issue raised here, and I said that between now and 2023, we are going to hear so many things that has to do with 2023 presidential election, general election, to say. And this is part of it. And the bottom line of everything that is playing out is interest.
Oh, yes.
Short and simple. Whether it is at Franti, whether it is at Debanjo, it's all about interest. And you remember that all these names you are mentioning here are from the West. and some of them now are pro Tinubu, and the other ones are anti-Tinubu. And I have already looked at the 2023 election and support base. Even Jesus Christ made us to know that the prophet is not regarded in his own place. And when there is this power struggle, between persons, there's nothing that you will do that will it's just like the likes of Alabode George in PDP. He doesn't sit in the same table with the Tinubu, but I don't know what happened this time. Things may also change. So it's like that.
He's still like that with them.
Thank you. So if you look at the person,
she was the one that said if he wins, he will leave Nigeria.
Thank you. He said so that he will go to Ghana.
Yeah.
You see, he's not looking at the good thing. Whether good Tinubu has a good thing, good. He's not looking. But all he say that
personal beef.
Power struggle between between them is what he's looking at. He's not looking at the achievement of Tinubu or the achievement of Bode George. But when you see the likes of Ekiti State Governor, the former Ekiti State Governor, Ayodele Fayose, whatever Tinubu does, even though he is a member of PDP, he will tell you that Tinubu is the best man. It's like that. But looking at what is playing out, this man has said, I'm going to support Obi. I mean, that's Adebanjo have said that I'm going to support Obi. Kind of, there is a reason behind that. But when you look at the general view of what is happening, look at what played out during the primary elections, you will now see that the lives of Tinubu is even more advantaged. That does not mean that if one person has raised an objection, we should, has been an opposition, that the person does not have, the person has his right to be there. But at what percentage of effect does that constitute against the candidates? I've looked at the whole thing. Atiku Abubakar, who is from the northeast, I've looked at it from Borno, Yobe, Adamawa, Taraba, and all the rest of the states in northeast. Gombe. You can only see that Atiku Abubakar can only guarantee himself somehow in Bauchi, maybe Adamawa, and maybe one other state. But if you talk about Taraba is even a PDP.
Taraba is Atiku.
Is PDP state, yes?
It's Atiku even now.
Okay, now Borno State, he's not sure of it. Borno State thumbs out their vote in millions. If you talk about Yobe is APC home. So that is to say that in northeast it is 50-50 for Atiku. But if you come to the whole state, the states in the west, looking at it from our own judgment, you see that Tinubu is in total control of all the states in the west.
That's true.
Oh. Now, if you come to our south, where PDP has been controlling, there is already a very serious crack. There's a very serious, because Atiku cannot guarantee himself vote in River State. He cannot guarantee himself vote in Cross River State.
Abia.
And Abia is southeast and coming
Let
there.
me look at
So maybe let's give him Akwa Ibom. Let's give him Edo State, but Edo State is
give
also
Delta.
Delta, yes. So
Delta.
it is also
give him
no,
Delta.
hold on.
Yes.
Don't worry.
He will take them.
Don't worry. We know that and remember that Omo Agege is from Delta State.
That is where I know too.
But
Ibori has even broken up with that, so the stronghold of that.
Let's move on.
Hold on. But you know that in Delta State they have a vice presidential candidate, Okowa.
Yes.
And Delta State is also under the control of PDP. So you don't take them for
granted. Okowa is the governor.
And Delta State
who is the governor?
Okowa is the governor.
Don't worry.
Remi Tinubu is a daughter of Delta State.
Don't worry. This is my own opinion. Analyzing that. If you go to those states, yes, there's a sitting governor.
Wife.
There's a sitting governor whose body is with whose body is with PDP, but the soul is with APC.
Is he the one that doesn't know he's telling? No, you say you know what you're saying. I'm saying he doesn't know what he's saying. No, forget it. It's your place. It's your place. Own it. Are you saying he doesn't know what he's telling you?
He's not there.
Leave him.
You are here.
The political.
You are here.
The political dynamics.
No. Last time I checked, you are here.
No, sir.
Last time we checked, you are here.
I know, but
back to you, please. No, it's okay. We've heard enough of
Thank you very much. So I'm trying to analyze it the way I understand and the way it has been playing out. So you now see that Tinubu has taken the whole of West at least 90-10 or 80-20. Now Atiku in his own geopolitical zone is taking some, and the other ones are either 60-40 or 50-40. You look at it that way. Then you come to South. He has lost where he was supposed to be winning or where he was winning, and he's now sharing it. And that's River State, Cross River State. That one guarantee that is not there. Then we can give him maybe Akwa Ibom. We can give him Delta or Edo. Then Bayelsa, we don't know what is going to happen in Bayelsa. We don't know, even though you may say their vote is small, but it's something. You go to Southeast. Southeast used to be PDP ground, no matter the small vote they used to turn out. But with what is playing out now, with Obi is there to sweep the. In fact, the Southeast we always say that whether Obi is winning or not winning, let him take their vote, and it's going to happen that way. So meaning that Tinubu will get small vote from Southeast, Atiku will just got a chunk of it, and Obi will take 80% of the votes coming out from Southeast, whether I like it or not. It will happen so. Now, if you go to North Central, it will be a battleground for everybody to grab, and people will begin to grab there. Whomever get whatever there will take. Northwest, Buhari is from Northwest. However you look at it, Buhari is still a very popular person in that area.
It will go to Tinubu.
That place will go to Tinubu. Northwest, I'm telling you. Kaduna will go to Tinubu. Katsina will go to Tinubu. The rest of the states there. So when you look at it, you begin to see that it's like this is just an assumption until we get to the ballot box. But as human beings that we are, you begin to see that it's like Tinubu is coasting home.
But your permutation seems to be void of Kwakwanso.
No, Kwakwanso is not in the picture. I'm telling you, let's tell ourselves the truth. Because if you go to Kanu is a complete is APC. Then PDP that would have made a little thing there. It's already let me tell you, because of what played out. Do you know that? I don't know.
Why do you think that that Obi will not be able to make entrance into all these places that you mentioned?
No, Annie, it's not as if he will not get votes.
No, not get votes. Get the
majority of the votes. No, he won't win those places. You see, this election, 2023 election,
yes,
is going to be. It's already built on tribal sentiment. That is ethnic tribal sentiment. That is already what is on ground now. That's why I told you here that Obi is going to win Southeast completely. Nobody is going to drag it in. Then those youths who are also, who like Obi in other states, they will just give them vote because of the influence of structures in the north and their belief in their ethnicity. So it will not play out, and their political affiliations. It will play out. What I was trying to tell you is that in Kano State, during the primaries, the PDP supporters in Edo State, in Kano State,
yes,
wore Governor Wike's uniform from Kano to Abuja. From Kano to Abuja. So I want to still tell you that just like as it is in Cross River State, so also it is in Kano.
What does that mean, that they wore his uniform?
To show you that this is the man they are supporting. They didn't pretend about it, even though they are from North. They did not pretend. And that relationship between them and Wike still remains till tomorrow.
And you think that eventually that's how they voted?
Yes, it will still influence. Are you hearing them making much?
Do you think that's how they voted eventually?
During the primaries?
Of
course.
Wearing it is a different thing.
No. You see,
voting is a different thing.
And in any state, do you know that in primary election, there are boxes for each of the states. And once they are counting, you know that this box is from River State. They will count, you know how many votes that come from River State.
Okay.
So that is how it was done. And Kano State gave Governor Wike 90% of their vote during the primary election, if not more. So I'm trying to tell you that in Northwest, APC will win 80% of the votes. I'm a PDP person, but I have to tell you the truth objectively as it is now. Right. So for me, Ade Franti and Ade Banjo, there is only a supremacy fight that they are fighting, which will not have any effect on the person of Tinubu, because already the Northwest, the Southwest have decided, made up their mind that they are going to give their vote to Tinubu.
We heard you.
So other wars are now history.
The news update comes up next. Stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. A federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt will on the 30th of November 2022 deliver judgment on a suit filed by a governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bernard Miko, against the Independent National Electoral Commission, the APC and its governorship candidate Patrick Tonya Cole, and another governorship aspirant Ojukai Flaga Makri. Miko had approached the court after the governorship primaries seeking the nullification of the exercise over alleged irregularities and non-compliance with the Electoral Act. The plaintiff is also asking the court not to recognize Tonya Cole as the governorship candidate of the APC over his alleged questionable character due to his indictment by a Rivers State white paper report on the sales of government assets. When the matter came up in court yesterday, lawyers to the parties adopted their final written addresses before the presiding judge, Justice Ayuwa Phoebe, adjourned till the 30th of November 2022 for adjournment. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike says a former Minister of Transport, Dr. Abiye Sekibo, does not feel such leadership position to speak on behalf of the state. Governor Wike said Dr. Sekibo is a self-seeking politician who had been unable to attract democratic dividends of whatever kind to the state while he served as minister and also in his hometown, Okrika. The governor spoke during the inauguration of 319 ward and 32 constituency liaison officers in Government House yesterday. The Rivers State governor said leadership is not about personal aggrandizement, but serving the people, protecting their interest while building up others as competent successors. Visited Fasaranti in Akure on Sunday, where the former Lagos State governor was endorsed. But speaking on a live television program, Chief Adebanjo, who had earlier endorsed Labour Party's Peter Obi, said the latest move was aimed at splitting the group. Chief Adebanjo insisted that Obi's endorsement is based on the principles of equity, as the Southeast has not produced a president since the return of democracy in 1999. And onto the foreign scene, South Korea's police chief has said the emergency response to the Itaewon crash was inadequate. This is the first acknowledgement from officials that they did not do enough to prevent it. Amid growing calls for accountability, Yoon Hee-kyun said he felt limitless responsibility about public safety over what happened and vowed a full investigation. Interior Minister Lee Sang-min also apologized for the incident that killed 156 people and injured 152 others. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. It is your right to vote. Ensure that you take advantage of this coming election to elect the leaders of your choice. I am Annie Abdul Salam. Thank you for listening. To have a great day.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
It's a new day. It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the garden city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. How are you doing? Today 95.1 FM is here for you all day long. Cheers to a wonderful day. Stay tuned.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique dial.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
this president's failed. It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep. Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you're a slave.
Let's not get to that now. So the Nigerian Prop is philosophical.
You spot the difference now?
Some people will carry human head in their boots and they will not charge them because they are collecting bribe.
When they go collect salary, then go say government need to pay them way. All these taxi drivers safe. They don't even get papers. Even driver's license safe, they no get.
Then you back there. Hold on there.
Their cars are in bad shape, very, very bad shape. They have no ethics of driving. That is why they will continue to bribe so that they can have their way.
I will shoot you down. I will shoot you. Headlight, you no get. Side mirror, you no get. Motorway to carry animal. Now you take put for road to carry human being. You don't even wind the motor when rain they fall. You no get conscience at all. Take, you be number 15. You be number 5. Mona no forget una number.
Let's allow them do their job.
Do not obstruct justice by giving or taking bribe. Avail yourself a check. Even you, Oga driver, stop reckless driving and always update your papers. This information
is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
Officer, give me change. Now 1,000 I give you.
Is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society to advance.
Through peace, generations of wealth, education, technology can build up, thereby making people very prosperous and happy.
Without peace, there will be violence, war, and underdevelopment in our society. The most disadvantageous peace is far better than the most just war. Let us embrace peace for a better society.
This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM.
It's what I pray for my all around the world. It's what I pray for my
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM. From 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
That's what the time is. Today's the 10th day. Today's the 10th. Today's the first day. Hold on, first of all. Today's the first day of the 11th month in the year 2022, and the studio time is 10 minutes after 10. So, excellent time for us to get back to our conversation. We've been checking out the papers. We ran through a couple of them, and we'll be moving towards our opinion poll in just a moment. We just wrapped up with Fasaranti and Adebanjo a moment ago, where we found out whether these divisions was going to cause Afenifere anything at all. And if the endorsement by the Afenifere on Peter Obi is going to be that overwhelming in the southeast, saying that for Tinubu's visit to Fasaranti, we saw most of the governors of the southeast there present, and those who couldn't sent in their representatives. At least that for Makinde was there, or your two. And no, what am I saying? Makinde was there. Trying to remember whether that of Oshun, but you get the drift. I'll confirm exactly who and who was there. If you have the southeast as a block, rallying round for Tinubu, does that take away the ordinary you and me who are not going to be propelled by the choices of these leaders, these governors, and say, oh, because this governor is going this way and then his group are going, and that's how I'm going to vote? For example, Lagos State. Lagos State has, it's diverse when you look at the different tribes that are there. And you've got large people from the southeast who are resident in Lagos. That doesn't take away the southwestern Yoruba people who are there. But they also have amongst those southwestern people who also agree that, well, we need to have an OB. And so there are people who contemplate and say, Lagos might be tricky after all. It might not easily go the way that a lot of Tinubians think about it, that it might not fall that way. There are too many contesting issues in this election, and it's not going to be an election like any before. One thing I can assure you, though, is this is one election I am looking forward to. Emmanuel and I will definitely be having a great... Emmanuel, you remember what we do on election days?
Yeah.
So Emmanuel and I will probably be here, as usual, and you'll be interesting to see the numbers roll in. I hope that those who will be listening in and who are with us now.
It will be a shock. The usual shock.
Presidential election is settled.
You mean the presidential? That one is finished. That one we don't need to. The result. That one is.
I hope those listening to us now.
It's a walk away.
And here,
it's a walk away. It's a walk away. It's obvious. The analysis is there.
We don't know what God or what happens to But as human beings, the whole team now is favoring Tinubu.
For now, it's Tinubu. Nobody should go and put any other person. It's Tinubu. Then the PDP will come out for
Mahmoud. I think that's the name of our next chairman.
PDP
doesn't
will
have
be
even such power that Chibere has.
For the national, for the state, we will take over.
Buhari abdicates responsibilities. Floods. Buhari abdicates responsibilities. The privilege of the great is to see catastrophes from the terrace. This is a quote by Jean Girardin, 1935. Girardin is Girardin. Jean Girardin. I don't know, it's French. Moving on. The president of any country is often referred to as the father of the nation, and for good reason. He holds the lives and the fates of most of the citizens in his hands. They expect him at all times to be there for them, but particularly during major emergencies. The year 2022 is already on course for our planet to record the largest number of emergencies, floods, forest fires, mudslides, tornadoes, and heavy rainfall, unprecedented in history, have occurred in virtually all nations. Never in modern history have people needed their fathers as now. Many leaders have responded admirably. Nigeria's usual under Buhari is one of the few exceptions. Granted, the man is a lame duck president, but responsible leaders deserve their duties until the last minute. Buhari has abdicated. He leads state governors. He threats to the people they govern. They wait until a major disaster strikes, lives are lost, properties destroyed, and then run around trying to repair the damage, which might have been minimized or prevented. Right now, crocodile tears are flowing from Abia to Zamfara. The evil that men do leaves after them. Shakespeare, 1564 to 1616. In at least 30 states of Nigeria today, governments are faced with what to do about the ravages of floods. Ex-President Jonathan Bayelsa and ex-Senator Dino Melaye Kogi served proxy for many top public officers who ignored the warnings of 2012, did nothing to improve on our national preparedness for another flood because they were not involved in the 2012 disaster. Today, the whole world now knows that Jonathan and Melaye are major victims of the 2022 floods. They were both in government when the last major floods devastated millions of people. They escaped the disaster 10 years ago. They are partly reaping the harvests of sorrow which they and others in power failed to prevent after that episode. Only God knows how many thousands of hectares of rice, maize, agbado, cassava, farms might have been saved if they acted. Nothing demonstrates to people anywhere the quality of their leaders than how they respond to unexpected disasters. Nigeria is not alone in experiencing widespread lives and properties this year on account of the increasing impacts of climate change. Canada, Pakistan, and USA, among others, to be presented in 90 days. 4 facts should strike any reasonable reader about that news report. First, Buhari's government has obviously ignored all the warnings, even by its own meteorological services, the National Emergency Management Agency, concerning the imminent flooding of states this year. So no preparation was made to minimize the extent of the disaster. Second, apparently, with the ultimatum belatedly issued to the minister, who should have been sacked, those whose houses, farms, offices, etc. have been submerged supposed to wait 90 days on the water for help. 3. From our national experience, a plan submitted in 90 days does not automatically mean implementation starts in 90 days. Obviously, the federal government is playing for time. And 4. The government has only 7 months to go. The plan, certainly hastily drawn up, will have to go through the usual bureaucratic maze of approvals. It will also involve several ministries, departments, and agencies, and it might need approval by the National Assembly, especially those aspects of long-term in nature. Clearly, what Buhari has done amounts to betrayal of millions of people involved. His government will do nothing to help them. Yet Nigerians, including federal government, were warned in January that climate change and floods in particular present a major threat to our country. And later, after reviewing the global situation with more forest fires covering wider areas, the point was made that any catastrophe involving Nigeria's food supply will have a devastating impact on our people. But then I guess the bottom line is here. This was written by Dele Shobowale. But what is evident here is that the president, even though he says is a sitting duck, a lame duck, he wasn't present to show empathy or sympathize with the people. He wasn't in any of the places physically, and he didn't address any of these issues by himself. You only got to hear whether his spokespersons had to say or what his ministers had to say. Never a time did he say, I'm going to address this. And how many deaths did we record concerning this flooding? If you remember, Emmanuel, 600 plus.
600 plus, yes.
600 plus people died out of this.
2,000 plus injured.
And the president at no time said this is a special broadcast to address Nigerians or actually see him in a boat heading to somewhere in Kogi, Anambra, Bayelsa. He's on his way to UK.
You see, the president, our own president, I always say is sick. And as a result of that sickness, a lot of things he cannot handle. There's no doubt about it. He's jetted to the UK for medical checkup.
Emmanuel, how sick is he that he can't sit on a chair and say, dear fellow Nigerians, this is devastating. I have sent so-and-so team to you. They'll be there with you tomorrow. I have sent so-and-so people to you. Next week, they'll be there with you. He's sitting down. Okay, he can't go there physically. Sit down and speak to the camera.
Yes, no, you see, Annie, I'm not absolving him of every infractions he is supposed to have committed against Nigerians. Because, see, there are areas where, for instance, when I mean he's sick, he may not have maybe the gumption, as it were, to now go to every other places that have been ravaged by this flood. He may not have the energy, honey. Okay. We may be looking at him shining, but the inner energy is not there because of the sickness. But I tell you, like we are talking about, the way he presents national broadcast, which has become a ritual, whether he's sick or not, he's been handling that one. He should also, this particular one is a national disaster. He should present it to Nigerians so that they know that their president is having their feeling. And then, in fact, if it's possible, he would have stopped this. But President Buhari will not do. We rather will see Garba Shehu or Adeshino speak on his behalf on this. Then you begin to ask whether Garba Shehu is the president, Adeshino is his deputy, or Adeshino is his president, and then Garba is his deputy. I don't understand. Truly, what the Shobowale has written, they mirror exactly the situation of this country. But one thing is that those who happen to be, you see, I have said this severally, what is destroying this Nigeria is politics. Blind loyalty occasioned by politics in this country is what is destroying this nation. Now, if you see, once any APC person reads this Shobowale's piece, he will say he's talking, he doesn't understand what he's doing. He will support Buhari. Then I'm asking, Why is it that if it's in America, anywhere at all, you see the president will go there? Now, on this side, President Buhari, you are sick, will notice that. But can't you talk to Bayelsans? Can't you talk to Anambra people? Can't you talk to all the places and say, you all countrymen and women, I have heard all that is happening. And then you will come up with a policy, not this type, that in 90 days, you start. For goodness sake, I ask a question. This is intimate or what? It's government agency. And they started as early as January predicting what will happen this year. Government just heard the whole thing and it went out through one ear and they kept quiet. When it starts, I don't know why we love all these fire brigade approach. Only when the thing has become, the country has become deluged out of the disaster that were predicted, and then you come up and start setting up a committee or so that will give you a report in 90 days. You see, one is getting tired of this country, but there's nothing anybody can do about it. Somebody like Emmanuel Ndukwu, I'm a Nigerian, I'll remain here. I'm not a Japa.
You can't Japa. You're stuck here. What did you mean? Are you going to Japa?
Well, I think let us not take the
president. Would you Japa?
Let us not take
Even Japa. Okay.
Let us not take the president to the Sapoka. I think leadership it's all about.
We don't need to. He's already there.
Now,
there's no need to take him there. He's right there already.
Nigeria is not the only country that is ravaged with
it's
flood.
And the writer did mention that.
Yes.
What the writer looked at was government's reaction to these issues.
Now, in Pakistan, the current prime minister, Mohammed Shabib Sharif, it took him when the monsoon, the rain and all the rest took over. They had about 1,777 persons dead recorded. Then more than 300,000 persons were displaced. It took Sharif 1 hour to respond. He went to the scene. Now, he didn't do it alone. There were representatives who did on-the-spot assessment. They went there, took an omniscient view, and came and told him, because the president will not go if there is no motivation by the ministers. And that is why when the president is sworn in, he gets his flanks. His flanks are the ministers. Once they are not activated, then you are demeaning the office of Mr. President. And that is what is killing the whole cabinet of Mr. President. Look at what happened some few days, where the governor of CBN, Emefiele, came on national television that they are designing Naira. Why the commissioner for finance said that she's not aware? The minister for finance said she's not aware.
The president said he's aware.
So, no, we are not talking about a minister for finance who ought to have been privileged. So it means that there is a disconnect, that the fidelity of communication between the minister and the CBN governor is not there. So to have even come out to say that she's not aware is an error. So there is a lot of maladministration in terms of infractions in governance. Now, the president, the essence of having ministers is for them to oversee what he cannot see. In absentia, all they will do is to mean it. All the ministers that have been seen, I hardly see them with pen on their chest. Some of them are keeping it there. Maybe there is no pen inside. I'm saying this, just watch. Now they just hang it over, and these are independent decoration. They just keep it. Some of them are with lightning, and I oversee those pen not writing. And we pay for these things. Newspaper allowance, they don't read it. Somebody was asked to call 3 newspapers, and somebody said, look, if you name them here in River State, I'll give you 5,000. He said, you want to insult me? I said, what's causing this thing? And he was making noise. I said, why is it that you people want to fight? The guy said, I asked him to call 3 newspapers. A student, I don't want to call the school, because I know that the pro-chancellors, their ears now, they've tuned in. This time they'll be tuning in. Their radios are on. They won't go to classes and teach, but let them hear. So I in my wisdom, I said, what happened? Do you want to fight? He said, this guy just came now. The guy said he should call newspapers. I said, are you not a communication student? He said, yes. Is it my fault that he will read newspaper? I said, you don't know newspaper. You don't read newspaper.
It's not my fault.
Wait, no, see. Anyway,
the minister.
Wait, no. See, Annie, look. People, see, in Sena climb, you must show what you read. If you're in a class, so your specialty.
Our president doesn't
now, what
read.
I'm saying is, I'm not saying he doesn't read.
Well, we're talking
Somebody
about the
will. That's what I'm saying. Somebody will communicate to him. He has gotten his flanks. The minister is there. The minister for environment is there. What is his function? Has he visited the scene? There are a lot of condolence paper with Mr. President. All he does is that each time somebody dies, he commiserates. The man is used to commiseration. We condemn. He has it all over 2 million pages. We all he need to do is just to say we condemn, and they will just send it. Like Mohammed and Lawal will come up. So these are the dysfunction. Yes, these are the malfunctioning, the disconnect that we are having in this governance. Ordinarily, the man can function. Remember what he did in 1983 or 84, thereabout.
When he could do what he did.
Now, so I think the vice president also has a responsibility. Was it not Obi that visited the scene? Even if he's not my fan, I'm not voting for him. But he visited them, some of the areas in Kogi. In fact, I saw him in one of the canoe, but I know all these things are politics. I have a flood in my backyard. Has he visited there?
He can't visit all. Now, get your president to visit.
Now, what I'm saying is that the president or the vice would have been, he need not to be delegated. Because the vice in fact, I've seen him in different areas. Financial, this one, he's presenting paper here. People are dying in Kogi. You're presenting in Lagos. People are dying in Zamfara. So we have a government that doesn't care. And if I blame the electorate, it's like what is happening today in Brazil. I cited. The people are tired of Bolsonaro. They say, look, we will not vote for you. Immediately he saw that the election has approached, he started doing good. He became a born again. But you see, the life of electorate becomes a life wire on the day of election. Because they become so important. Some persons will want to repent. Some leadership want to. So what we need to do is that we must look at leadership. Who are the people that we appoint? You don't go and bring a carpenter and say, look, go and represent Ministry of Environment.
All right.
So it's like what happened in Pakistan. The main people are there. All they need to do is to inform the Prime Minister. Okay. And he came there.
Okay.
I'm not just coming. And it's not enough to present or to raise a confidence. It's like what is happening now, where the Americans have told us, look, terror alert. And they are telling us, Mongono is telling us we shouldn't be afraid. Meanwhile, people are running away. I can go to Abuja now. Even if you call me to come and take 20 million, I won't go there.
We got your thoughts. Let me move on to Emi Firaga.
The problem.
And Emi Firaga will answer.
I will go. You go. I will not.
You should give me the ticket that is
I will not
supposed
give
to fly with.
You're already a think tank. You're already a think tank for Tinubu.
So is that why you won't give me the ticket?
No, that is an apostasy.
I keep the other one.
Let it come back.
And of course, trouble.
So, there is one thing I made to understand in political science, that when judging society, that there is no society that is actually same. But society may practice same government, but the constitution established those states and defining functions and responsibilities might not be the same. So when trying to compare, you must look for the similarity and look for what is obtainable.
Humanity is the same everywhere. Humanity is the same everywhere. Regardless what you call it. Humanity is the same everywhere.
There are various ways for meeting humanity. And you can be there physically, you can delegate somebody. Anyway, that is by the way. In the Nigeria context, the law defines what the office of the president is and the responsibility that he is charged with. And the law also gives him the right to appoint certain persons who will perform this function on his behalf. People he can delegate functions to or ask to do certain things for him in the course of delivering his mandate to the people. And by this, we've seen that the president has a group of ministers and other persons he have appointed to various agencies and ministries. These persons act on behalf of the president or act for the president. And the president is responsible to the people. What people should be looking at is whatever responsibility of the office of the president is the responsibility being delivered, whether the president is there physically or is there by delegation. By delegation, I mean whether he sent somebody to do
No,
the
that we
thing
can't
on
say
his
that
behalf.
because I'm sure in other
Now-
places, hold on, other places where they had their leaders visit them physically or speak to them, that the things that were supposed to be done were also being done. It's not as if they visited and the things that were supposed to be done was not done.
The thing that was
We're
supposed
asking for the extra. The
For-
extra is the
for
visit, the empathy.
The extra, the empathy can come. Oh, I empathize with these people. I sympathize with these people, which he can speak directly, or he can also mandate somebody to do that for him.
And that's what we're saying.
Why these
That
other
you keep
things-
mandating
other
people, even in this number of, you have 600 plus of
and
your
other
people die,
responsibility-
and you delegate somebody to speak
He
on
can
your
do
behalf.
that. All
And that's
is
what we're saying,
needed
that
is
you've lost your empathy there.
You know, the person who spoke,
Absolutely.
the person who spoke for is this the person speaking on his own for his own self, or he's speaking on behalf of the president? He's speaking on behalf of the president. And in this case, listening to you reading this thing, I saw some area where even the writer exhibited some level of ignorance. Why I say some level of ignorance is this: he's not acquainted with what federal government have done with regard to this flood. I remember Buhari mandated the military to the office of the emergency department to liaise with NEMA and engage in rescuing mission, and this they have been doing through that department of the military. NAF was also asked to join NEMA in reaching out to these people in whatever possible means. The federal government have set up medical team that have reached 199 local government that are ravaged by these floods. 199 local government conducting medical assistance to the flood victims. They have also sent relief materials to reach out to these people. So if we see NEMA, we are seeing NAF, we are seeing the military deploying their resources, their personnel and other in regard to safeguard and to help these people who are victims of the flood. That is federal government acting. That is federal government working. But sometimes some of us, the way we just think that yes, the best way to analyze, the best way to criticize is just to run our nation down.
If the federal government was acting and working, what's the 90 days they give?
The 90
committee?
days is for lasting solution. It's a long-term idea. Go and profile solution.
And we're
how we
saying
can
that
tackle this one. Meanwhile,
they couldn't do
federal
that
government
before.
are reaching out to the flood victim medically. Material have been
They
sent
couldn't
to the
do this.
material.
They couldn't come with this strategy
Materials
before.
have been sent
That would
to
have
them.
alleviated
Okay,
this
let's
suffering.
even assume that after 2012, the previous government didn't put anything in place to
This
tackle
one too
this
came
thing.
in and said, we
and
will
this
put-
one came and decided to ignore. But since then, they have not experienced this level of flood, and now they have seen it, and now they are trying to put something in place so that the incoming government, if they can't conclude it before their time expires,
Obviously, they can't conclude it.
The incoming government will continue
With
on that
90
vision.
days, they will be
continue on
unable
that
to
vision,
conclude it.
on that idea to ensure that the situation is taken care of. You see, sometimes Nigerians, we must learn to love our nation and to defend our
It is
nation.
not in loving your
Take
nation
Anissa.
doesn't mean that you see glaringly the ills and then you want to paint
There
it nice
is-
because you love your
No,
nation.
no,
Loving
no,
your
no,
nation
no.
means that you
It
look
is
at
not
the
like
wound.
that. We are
Let me
fond
tell
of
you
running
one
Nigeria
loving.
down.
No, that's where you're getting it wrong. Because
I
when
will
people
support my point.
that you will obviously
Yes.
when people see a tumor and you think that you want to pour talcum powder over it and you said, look, let's make it look nice. Meanwhile, underneath you have something that is getting rotten. Sincere love means you excavate that site, you find what the real issues are, no matter how painful and ugly it might be, but you get down to the bottom of it and then start the healing process from within.
That's good. But in this case, the writer, what did he say? That the federal government have done nothing. That is the idea. Assuming the writer said, since after 2012, federal government, the previous administration, even this administration, neglected whatever processes to take care of the situation and waited till now before acting. I won't be offended. But he then said that the government of Buhari administration have done nothing, no empathy, no sympathy. It's just
No, but there's no
nothing.
empathy from the president.
That need nothing. That is why I'm trying to point out that
The
even
lack
himself,
of
the
empathy,
writer, is also wrong.
he was specific.
He's incorrect.
He was specific about the lack of empathy.
The
He
lack
did not-
of empathy.
yes, and I'll tell you what he
that
said.
the people have not been reached and all that.
The
that you read that.
president had not visited any of these places.
But has the president
hold on.
visited through president?
Hold on. This is what he said. The lack of empathy came up from the fact that the president did not visit any of these areas.
And
The
has done
president did not speak directly to the people.
And did nothing.
I'm not adding the did nothing. I've told you what the lack of empathy is here.
The president spoke through somebody, his appointee, who is working for the president.
That's the lack of empathy there.
Whatever
that's the lack of empathy
whatever
right
the
there.
appointee spoke, he's speaking on behalf of the president. He's not speaking for himself or on his own behalf, but for the president. So the appointee, whatever he says today, it will be blamed on the president. Take for an example, if Adesina or Garba Shehu says something that is nasty, people will criticize Buhari for saying so, isn't it? And whatever he also does on behalf of the president, is the president doing it, right? It's the same way this America just came and told us there is a security threat and all that, and Nigerians are falling for these pranks of the America. And I tell people, please, let's always understand these people. From 2018 till today, America have recorded 122 school shootings. Only this year, 2022,
I don't know how we have left our flooding and gone to America. You've left the issue and gone to America.
Certain narrative that are pushed for, and the way Nigerians will just pick it and want to run the nation down, run Nigeria down, Nigeria
is Nigerian, he's not American.
Our government is the worst and all that. Meanwhile, sometimes we are not even informed. We are not even informed with the happenings.
No, this is what Dele said here is glaring.
There was no place. His own way.
No, tell me where you saw the president go physically.
The president spoke through Garba Shehu and sent the
representative
of government.
Dele is saying that you spoke.
Dele himself is wrong.
No, that you spoke through someone else. In the midst of this grave destruction, is showing your lack of empathy. That's what he's saying.
Where there are national issues,
that you use somebody by proxy. You use someone by proxy that you appointed.
Where there are other
what other issues is more than that?
So
what other issue? Tell me what other issue. I've asked you a question. What other issue was more important than addressing the fact that you lost 600 people?
Every day of the Nigeria lifespan, there is always one national matter.
Tell me one. I've asked you one that was more important, so he could not go anywhere or talk to us.
There are many meetings that is being held in Asoro, and there are many traveling also. And this president
has delegated, he has just left to
and there are people that have delegated to do that on behalf of government. So Nigerians are quick to criticize people ignorantly, sometimes because of their bias.
And you know, I'm not the farmer.
They are not even the man. I tell you, government have done nothing and all that. But I just pointed out.
So hold on, let me ask you a question. Is there no critical issue going on now? Don't we have national issues that need to be addressed? Yet he's going to London, he's going to UK.
He need to be alive.
So the ones that died here, he did not know. The ones that died.
I'm coming.
The ones that died in Nigeria are not important.
I want to say something. He need to be alive, and those persons need to be alive. But the disaster has happened. That is why the president decided to send people go and do this one for me. Why I do this one?
Chief Lovejoy,
division of labor is allowed everywhere. Nigerians, we are not outside of the world. Sometimes let us be informed before we criticize.
All right, Chief Lovejoy, let's get to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes. I've decided to allow Amy today to just talk and conclude whatever he needs to conclude. So
that is how the law works. That is how
Amy, you have had your
You left me. Thank you.
And before I say what I want to say over this, I had an argument some years back when certain person, I will mention the name because he's already a public person. T. Oji was the governor of Abia State. There was an argument between certain persons. One was from another party, and just the argument was raging, and the one was defending TOG seriously, and the other one was like saying the man is not governing Abia State well. But at the end, the other one told the one defending TOG that I wish you that God is going to rule your life the way TOG is ruling Abia State. The guy said, God forbid. I said, no. Why would you say God forbid? Say no. Let the way TOG is ruling Abia State, may it be your portion. May God rule you like that. The man said, no, it's politics I was playing. No. Say, hey, now the truth has come out. So that was the end of that argument that day. If anybody wishes that how Buhari is ruling Nigeria is very good for him, I wish him that may God rule his life the way Nigerians are being ruled by President Buhari.
Amen.
Thank you. So for me, Buhari administration, that is very correct. Buhari administration, because Buhari is the one in charge now. I don't know who will be in charge tomorrow. So that's what I'm talking now. So you see, flood
Just continue. After you pray that prayer.
Don't worry. We are going to. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. Don't worry. That amen we will see how we can do about it.
Amen. Amen. With capital letters.
So
because I know what the Buhari has done.
And so shall it be.
I know what he has done.
You see, flood. No doubt about it. It's a natural disaster. It is not Buhari. The Buhari did not open anywhere that Nigeria should be flooded. That we know. If you also go to America, we hear of a hurricane, we hear of
Hurricane Sayana.
So many natural disasters, even earthquake. But
all of them bearing female names.
Emmanuel, you just have to bring that up, right? You just have to.
Are you serious?
It depends when they hit a certain. When they hit a certain levels, usually when they hit certain levels, they tend to give them female names.
Jesus Christ. No wonder there was no female and Jesus Christ's disciples. Those still.
They lie.
We'll look into that. Don't worry. So Annie, on a very
women
serious
were the
note,
closest people to him.
I agree. They're not in decision making.
It doesn't matter. There are several times that he waved away even the decisions of men because of what the women wanted.
Okay. Thank you, Annie.
You're welcome.
So in as much as thank you very much.
I say you're very welcome.
So in as much as Buhari did not cause the natural disaster such as flood in this country, what was his reactions? I don't even want to look at him not being proactive when there was a forecast from these people that are Nimet, yes. They've told you Nimet, okay. They have told you that from so time to so time we are going to experience so and so thing. Flood as a result of climate change. They have tried. In fact, those scientists have tried. If they are Nigerians, to have actually forecast this kind of danger, and the country could not do anything. President Buhari could not do anything through the Ministry of Environment. Now it has happened. What have you done to speak to Nigerians? Because when you are elected into public office, that election alone should bring you closer to the people than putting you far away from the people. This is the first time I have seen an administrator as a president who cannot visit up to 5 states of the federation within 2 years. This is the only time I have seen that. That you will be President Muhammadu Buhari or any other person that is a president is not supposed to be a president of Abuja. Even though if you come out of Aso Rock and visit some places in Abuja, it's even a problem. It's even a problem. He will be in Apo, something will be happening in Apo, something will happen in Guarimpa, something will be happening in Lube or where the other side. But the president cannot even come out to come and see what is happening there. I mean Abuja, not to talk of other part of the state. It's unacceptable. So what we're trying to say is that today, Mr. President is always delighted once there is any little invitation in Afghanistan, in New York, Somalia, in UK, in Germany, all parts of the country. You will see him. In fact, there will be express approval of traveling. He will just travel, and whenever he goes, he forgets that he's supposed to come back to Nigeria. There was a time he went to UK and spent 3 weeks. But that was within this year now. Yeah. He was there for 3 good weeks. President of a country. So for me, I want to say that anything that has to do with this kind of person shouldn't happen to Nigeria again. It is not my wish that anybody should be ruled as this man is ruling Nigeria. Otherwise, the person is going to face a lot of crisis, because you face the crisis of e-health, you face the crisis of insecurity, you face the crisis of abandonment, you face so many crises that have to do with this administration. Hunger, unemployment. That is what somebody is wishing himself through Buhari's administration. So for me, it is an administration that anybody, every right-thinking man should condemn. And I'm sure and I'm happy today that even most of my friends who has been supporting Buhari because they belong to APC, today they are regretting it. They are saying that this man, we cannot be dying because we are playing politics. We cannot be dying because we are in the same political party with you. I thank God that this thing has come to play. But for me, I have already removed my mind from. You remember, I apologized to Nigerians here some years back that I actually voted for Buhari. So I apologize. So I have to renew that apology today. That anybody that know that I voted for Buhari should have. I apologize. The person should forgive me. I didn't know that it was going to be like this. It's only remaining 7 months. Let us endure. I'm sure if we are not given the physical certificate of survivor, God will give us certificates of survivor by making sure that anybody, I proclaim to that anybody that is coming to rule Nigeria will come with good heart, good head, and good will. And Nigerians are going to recover all the losses of incurred from Buhari administration in the past 7 years or 8 years. We are going to recover it because the Bible has even said that affliction can never happen to his people for the second time. It can never. So for me, the disaster that has happened in Nigeria has gotten to a point where Mr. President was supposed to visit the scene of these particular disasters.
What if he can't visit?
If he cannot visit, he can also make a broadcast. He can also make a broadcast to say, my people, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. I am going to do social sorting through a NEMA or through Ministry of Finance or through somebody was saying something here and said the Commissioner for Finance wasn't aware that the Emefiele was changing the
Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Yes.
This is how Nigeria is run. It is very possible that if you go to UK today where President Buhari is resting, to tell him that the flood in Nigeria is coming down, he will ask you which flood was there flood in Nigeria. Don't be surprised that he's not aware that Nigeria is flooded. Don't be surprised. So if a whole minister
because he's giving us
as a matter of fact, before Emefiele went ahead to announce the change that there will be a redesigning of the currency. It was supposed to be a team of media conference between him and Nigerians about the change.
You are wrong.
Hold on. But is the position of the CBN governor, is he higher than that of the finance minister?
Is the CBN governor, according to the law of the CBN and the rest?
Hold on.
Does it stipulate that the CBN governor report to the finance minister?
Hold on.
These are some of you. If you don't know something,
hold on, please.
Or which policies?
So the CBN, even though it's an institution, cannot. His power cannot override that because it is the Minister of Finance that will report directly to the president.
No, now it's not so. It's not
so for me, however you look at it, it is not an issue. The issue here is that Mr. President has refused to speak to Nigerians over the flood. That is where I am.
There's one thing. There's one question I want to ask before you come in, Emmy. Because Emmy was emphasizing on the president speaking to Nigerians through another person, which of course is allowed. Now, but what I'm asking, Emmy, have you ever seen the president of the nation speak to Nigerians through proxy on the national day as any other person giving that broadcast?
Yes.
On the national day,
independence,
is a set out date that this event must always take place.
My question is
I want to answer you. We must answer it from the point of informed mind. It's a set out day. So whatever arrangement and activities of the executive or the presidency, all are kept in recognition of that day. So whatever appointment, that day is set aside. No appointment is fixed on that day. No visitor is received from international whatever on that day, because that day is set aside already, year in, year out. So all preparations are made towards that day. But issue of emergency, or this or flood or whatever, is an emergency.
Thank you very much. You call it what? Emergency.
Emergency. And it happens like this. And if there are other issues that must move the nation forward, then you must not abandon government because there is an emergency. So through your prosing, because you are a government, you are the president.
The part I don't get. You said you can't abandon. You can't abandon government.
I say you can't abandon government.
Why? Is it not just for you to attend to one thing? Are you abandoning government?
This is it.
Don't you have people that you've delegated for things like you said before? So how does you attend to
abandoning government?
I'm coming. One, and I will answer vividly. Now,
You're not answering vividly so
I will
far.
answer you now. If there is just interjecting, if there are issues that have to do with the Nigerian state, I'm coming, sir. I'm coming, sir. When there are issues that have to do with the Nigerian state, and somebody call or whatever, sir, this is what we need to handle now, right? Maybe security, maybe economy, or whatever. The president already have a minister for environment. That issue has been taken care of or is under a ministry already. The president cannot call the minister, please do this as you are supposed to do. Finish. That is also the presence of government if the ministers carried out that function as stipulated by the law. The president have done the function. But in other security emergency that comes up, there is no particular person that is assigned or the scenario or event has a ministry. No, they also have a ministry. So the president is meant to attend to it or delegate somebody immediately. But if there is no room to do that, then the event that happened already have a ministry and that event is taken care of. Chief Loveday said president cannot visit a region or a state or whatever just 2 times maybe in a year. I will tell you this year in less than 3 months. President have visited Imo State, he have visited Anambra and some other place in the southeast, right? So that means that 2 times president cannot visit. So it's not also correct. Now, what am I trying to say here is this.
You have said it enough. It's okay. Thank you very much. What did you
mean? He made the prayer.
No, please, you've been having the mic now.
Let us move on to somebody else.
He made the prayer.
You want to renege from the you want to renege from the you have taken. We are talking about Buhari, not anybody. We are talking about.
You were not compelled to say it.
Can you say
you chose to say it.
If you want to renege from the prayer, we can ask God for forgiveness. We can ask God to forgive you.
Eagle Square is now into function.
What did you mean? Please go
ahead.
Yes,
Annie, I think clearly we must be very careful because the function of sitting here is to inform the public. You see, Annie, clearly the president ought to have visited. Like I cited what happened in Pakistan. That would, like I said, he has flanks and all the rest. But there is a function that is needed. What happened in 9/11? The president had to visit there. It didn't take time, he went there to the scene. So it is another way of giving the people some level of confidence. Acting in absentia, wherein there was no information as to. Because the public, the electorate, the citizens ought to know if the president is not feeling fine. Because the disaster is a national one. So when Emi was saying there are other national kind of thing that Mr. President will, this one has to do with life.
Security is life.
Please allow me. If you want to hold the mic,
security. I agree. Security is life.
This one has to
he
do
has
with
been on the issue of security for how many years now?
This is 8 years.
And the security has improved more than before.
Well, so if it has improved, that means he has enough time to go and check something.
That means he also have other.
No, you said the security, and I said on that security, it has improved. That
I said it's one.
And so after security, you said no. You said that it was more important than the issue.
And
the
wife of Mr.
So what is more important than the other one?
And the wife of Mr. President.
Defending Buhari is a very hopeless.
The wife of Mr. The wife of
you for your interjections.
The wife
because it's a tax that is too heavy.
The wife. Wait now. Please allow. You don't make me to forget your name. Anytime I forget somebody's name, there's something.
Is it over for the person? All right, Wadi, go ahead quickly. We've got 2 minutes.
Annie, it should be very unrighteous for those of us that are into politics to state, and it will begin to confuse the public. And the president ought to have visited there. Like I cited what happened in 9/11. The same thing with Zelensky. Even while they are bombing some Kiev now, the man is moving from one place, visiting not only soldiers. They are whining as I speak now. They are doing a party. I don't want to name the name of the party, but it's just to raise a consciousness and confidence. I don't think that Mr. President is this jaundice. If you compare Mr. President with what Zelensky is going on, mentally, Zelensky is supposed to have gone mad. But he's still there, encouraging his people that this war is going to end victoriously. That is what the president should replicate. And it goes to show that if we had gone to war, Mr. President would have run away. Yes. So I think let us be wary of what is going on in this. That's why he would have jetted out. He would have jetted out. This thing has nothing to do with education. Those that are informed are the ones killing us. After all, we are all informed.
So
Nigeria is dead.
let me ask you a question. Why do you think that the president is not able to do all these things that you said he hasn't done? Why?
In the 80s, this has been his lifestyle. You can't inject it away. It's in his DNA. Idiabo was doing everything. At a point, Nigerians looked at Idiabo as the president. He's not the open. Please. So please, Emmy, you were not even the minister
that was why he was that agent of power.
That
was also going from country to country. He was there when he was over.
He was there to overthrow him. So you see, when you look at all these things, that's why I said, if you're voting, vote based on precedent.
The man like traveling, no.
If it is for Tinubu, I know that Tinubu, I know they are campaigning now, so everybody is trying to be at his best. The other day I saw be swimming, trying to cross River Niger, with his legs.
And I wonder why Tinubu is not being his best. He's been at several platforms.
No, he has made donations. At least I can stand for that. He has made several donations.
Why? It was his wife that went to Kogi State. It wasn't him. Was it Kogi Abibenwe when he went?
At least he's not the president. He has represented.
Why didn't he go?
Now, what I'm saying is that
they said if you've been bitten by a snake, any lizard that comes in front of you, roll and so now we are also asking, why are you not visiting these places?
I'm still in your kitty.
No, you're not in my kitty. You're not in my kitty.
And I agree with you on that though. Let Tinubu come out face it. He has said that he has asked people to say, am I looking sicky? That people are claiming. Let him also come out now to at least.
It's not good for us to. It's not good to break the house that we're building.
No, on a very serious note, we're not asking to come and carry back.
When just shooting happened, was Atiku there? Was Obi?
So if it is that one, Tinubu is unique in style.
Me, I'm objective.
And I can.
Let us very well now.
It's factual.
He may win the election,
but been able to conquer
let the sense like not bite us again.
What is that?
Let us not.
May APC rule my life. I remember.
Buhari rule your life.
Yes, I agree.
Exactly 11 o'clock now. So now that we've got 11 o'clock, we're going to move on now. In the next moment, we'll be taking your calls and we'll be taking your text messages. We'll be moving on from there. It's enough of Emi Fiahaga, Wodi Chimenem, and Chief Loveday for the moment. You are part of them.
Cut me out.
We've had enough of them for the moment. So we'd like to hear your thoughts. And primarily, we're looking at Dele's piece that he wrote. Because, that seemed to have brought out all... Dele? That. He's not a member of any party. Everything is politics. Alright. So Dele Shobowale wrote this piece and he's captioned it Floods, Buhari abdicates responsibility. And the crux of it was there was no physical addressing of the people. Yes, he has arrived UK for checkup. There's no. This is where Shobowale said. And then you have people who are claiming that, he's got appointees. They can do all of that. And he will attend to other matters. It depends on how you see the nation being governed and what you think is due you. But this is where we open the conversation to you. We'd like to get your thoughts. You could also agree with Emmy here, who says he can allow other people do all of that. He cannot be everywhere. The issue we should be looking at is, has federal government done what they need to do concerning that?
So
have they reached out?
To TV and broadcast for him.
No, but if he has spoken, like Emmy says, if he has spoken through his proxies, if they have then why he believes that is sufficient.
That's true. He must speak through others, but at least if he makes national announcements,
some confidence.
It's also good to raise the confidence.
That would be right.
We just told you now what he would do that would be right.
Buhari cough. Oh, why did he cough?
No. See, you're exaggerating it. I know the style you're using. You're trying to exaggerate the matter to take us away from the crux of it. Is we said he should speak to us. Don't use Garba. Don't use Femi. Tell us, sorry, 600 people. We don't care who Femi is speaking for. No, we do get it right here. Just recently. We agree he can use him for several things, but in certain issues like this, where you have severe loss, you've got areas submerged, hectares of farms gone, you expect that there's a form of empathy that your president shows where he speaks to you directly and he doesn't use proxy. You expect it. No. in other places, he can use proxy, but not in this case.
No, not
Every
in this
other
case.
case is very important. Every
In
case
any,
is very important.
so this one is not important. Then.
I say every meaning plus this one.
Then the other issue that this brings to light is how much really do we expect the president to be able to do? He's ill, obviously.
Simple.
So I mean, are we pressing on the wrong dog here? Are we asking him to deliver in places where he obviously cannot deliver?
And that is where the duty of disclosure lies on the president. If he's not feeling fine, he would have equally come.
It's the same question they asked Tinubu. Is he okay? Is he really okay?
You saw him riding a bike. The man is okay.
The 2 seconds.
He said
the 2 seconds bike. It matters.
Be turning everywhere.
Can ask.
He thought. After he thought, immediately he thought he had to leave again and jet his and go to France.
Another person slump. And another person slump.
It's okay.
I don't
Let's
want to
move on. We will leave it at that. Let me get your thoughts though. And for real talk, let's not forget it was the very first issue we started with. Governor Wike said that PDP will win all.
Yes, it's a demand.
All the positions here in River State, governorship, legislative houses.
Yes.
He says all is going to be taken by the PDP. The only thing that they're not certain is the presidency.
No, we're not.
And he says that they're not because the right thing needs to be done first. So we'd like to get your thoughts on that. The numbers to dial are 0810-951-0951.
Should be civil.
081. They should not be civil. 0817 951 or 0810 What did you mean? And they should be civil. Were you civil? Were you civil?
Because that means here with security.
All right, the numbers again are 0810-951-0951 or 0817-000951. Those are the numbers you need to dial to get through to us. You can send us SMSs. Send them to 07019339962. Now, just before I take on to that, I just remembered that I haven't read some of your comments that you shared with us on our Facebook page, and I'm going to take that because it's got to do with the papers. So I'm going to quickly get onto that, read them much I can, then get onto the phone lines and the text messages where you will react to the opinion poll and real talk. So for on our Facebook page, if that will just open quickly for me. It's taking a bit. Okay, I've seen it. We've got Colesia Monde who says if Atiku's victory is uncertain, that means the results in River State is uncertain too. Is Wike changing the logo of PDP in River State? Then you also have Newton Ikere who says floods, Buhari abdicates responsibility. Dear Dele Sobowale Sai. He's been doing that since 2015. I'll give it to our president. He's a master of disappearing acts. He reminds me of the movie, The Time Traveler. Just when he's needed the most, he disappears. I saw photos of him jetting out as he waved to an imaginary crowd. No, they were not imaginary. The people were there. How about Newton? There were people there. Newton, he says, Tinubu is learning fast. He did this industrial training early this year in London. God, I beg you. Good thing is he won't be president. Chile Edwin, you're up next. He says, we've changed Nigeria, tackled insecurity. AGF Malami is absolutely on point. Looking at what PMB inherited from the past administration. And if anyone criticizes this government with unbiased mind, you'll be surprised at what this government has achieved on all fronts. Chile Edwin is also speaking. Business services, why Nigeria needs a healthy president, Huriwa. It's quite unfortunate that some persons like to play God in the name of politics, and PMB has a constitutional right, well provided for in the constitution, to go anywhere for his medical checks, and we must learn to face issues and not engage in frivolities. That is why some people like Huriwa are saying, look first now before you leap. Because when they come on board, they'll tell you it's their constitutional right. So look first, cross all your T's, dot your I's, and make sure the person who is coming up will not be looking for forms that they can use to gallivant the nation and the world and tell you, look, the Constitution guarantees them that right. I mean, I completely admire this person here. Kagame, what's his name? Rwanda.
Rwanda. Paul Kagame.
Paul Kagame. This I won't forget the video when he saw African presidents in EU. He says, "See, they're there. Look." If EU calls, they are quick to go there. Look at all of them. But Africa, look at it. Let's meet together as African leaders and see where our strengths lie, what we can do together, and come from. If no, they won't meet. But if it's to go to Europe, US, is South Korea calling? We are going there. Did Japan say hello? We'll answer.
To South Korea, come and then go to London.
Then you also have this here. He says PMB has constitutional right well provided for in the constitution to go anywhere for his medical checks, and we must learn to face issues and not engage in frivolities. That was from Chile Edwin. Newton Ikere saved Nigeria from global scandal, probe oil theft, ex-diplomats tell Buhari. Dear ex-diplomats, are you seriously suggesting that Buhari should probe himself? You got to be kidding me. Newton Ikere, we've transformed Nigeria, tackled insecurity and empowered Nigerians, AGF Malami. I wait for the day when this man and Lai Mohammed will be brought to book. The same mockery they've heaped on us will fall back on them. He's actually mocking his future, not Nigerians. Newton Ikere, Atiku dismisses Fitch research predicting Tinubu's victory. There is no extent Tinubu won't go to feed lies to the public. He's also got into Fitch in New York. So it's true what they say, that everyone but me has a prize. Wow. Newton Ikere, you see sometimes there's a limit to some of the stories that we like to take, that, oh, if Fitch is saying that, then they've been paid. That's the one I draw the line. Why do you think Fitch needs to be paid? What if whatever research that Fitch did, Fitch says, look, this research and this data we have puts Tinubu at the top for us? We've also known and come to understand that certain predictions can go forth, and then at the end of the day, it's a different thing entirely. It doesn't need to be that anybody was paid for that. Because the truth is that once you say they were paid for that, that means everything coming from Fitch, you're always going to doubt.
Maybe he thinks that Fitch is in Nigeria, where hunger is ravaging the people.
In Nigeria,
but that doesn't. No, hold on again. Let's also say that they are not in Nigeria doesn't mean that they cannot. They're not dubious to their own ways.
No, they can be dubious. But what I'm saying, what motivates this dubiousness is hunger.
Right.
This person
Dave Asula, PDP will win all elections in Rivers State. Atiku's victory is uncertain. When Rivers governor speaks, you have the feeling that he's a demigod. How many votes does this man have? Maybe he thinks PDP will rig like before. No way. There is a new electoral act in town. Learn to live with that. Voters and voters alone can determine who takes the day come 2023. Gerald Emeka, he said, good morning, Annie, and your apt crew in the studio. We've transformed Nigeria, tackled insecurity, and empowered Nigerians. Who talked that thing? This is an eloquent testimony that AGF Malami is a naysayer. People are leaving this enclave called Nigeria because they are wrongly arrogated power that has been bedeviling them. Buhari jets out again. Huriwa says why Nigeria needs healthy leader in 2023. Shaw, the cruise master, has jets out to London for medical check, while his house is aflame with fire of insecurity, flooding, misery, and economic quagmire, throttling the masses. No, we cannot be afflicted twice. Hence, no way for Atiku and Mr. Emiloka. Why I boycotted Afeniferi's endorsement of Tinubu by Adebanjo? Sure, Pa Adebanjo to me remains only Yoruba man with conscience. We know Yorubas is... And you write all those things about the Yoruba people and then you think that they want to vote for you. I mean, if that is how you believe they are to be as a people, why do you think they want to endorse anybody else that is not theirs? Gerald. Emeka. Nah, that was absolutely wrong. All the things you wrote there about a group of people is absolutely wrong. Christian Williams, PDP will win all election in Rivers State. This is hard facts. Governor Wike's good works in the state speaks volumes. Hence, Rivers people will vote massively for PDP. On Atiku's issue, I think those advising and drumming this, ignore them song for Atiku are his worst enemies, because Governor Wike is a man full of capacity. Ignoring him and others will have a great consequence for PDP. Lauren says, good morning, Annie and Ogaima. Buhari jets out. Why Nigeria needs a healthy leader in 2023. I think he that passed through this pain in this past 7 years will know what it means to have a healthy leader and not an old, unhealthy man just because of sentiment. Baby boy of Port Harcourt, good morning, Annie and everyone in the studio. Save Nigeria from global scandal, probe oil theft, ex-diplomats tell Buhari. Annie is a government, is of them talking about how Nigeria will start producing byproducts of crude. Other than that, they're just making things difficult for Nigerians every day. Let them talk about how they can make refineries, or better still, know how to work with them so they can be refining. Nicholas Erasmus, why Nigeria needs a healthy leader, Huriwa. He says the 2023 election is an opportunity for Nigerians to choose a mentally and physically stable leader to rule us. We shouldn't repeat the mistake of the past, because to be a president of the country like Nigeria requires a person of fitness, a person with analytical mind and positive reasoning to avoid some groups or cabal, not to take over governance. Nigeria deserves better in 2023. I wish Buhari a safe trip. Scientist Elochi, good morning. PDP will win all election in Rivers State. Annie, let me tell you something. Governor Wike is not Lord of the Rings and will never be. Nigerians are tired. Wike doesn't have the right, and I repeat, doesn't have the right to tell Rivers people who to vote for, either by vote buying or ballot snatching. It will not happen this period. It will not be business as usual. People will be shocked. The beavers are there. It's so unfortunate that people still say that Wike said. This is how Nigerians have the same say too. In Nigeria, we celebrate leaders that didn't do anything, while those that worked hard will look. Please, 2023, things will happen. Okay. Tangled ability at table. PDP will win all elections in River State. He says, yes, I totally agree with Governor Wike, because Atiku Abubakar constituted his campaign team without his input, which is an insult to a sitting governor who has contributed to the success of the party, when most of them were running away from the party, thinking that the party will collapse. Annie, now who look your face? Nah, him, you go look him face. We will campaign for our governors, our governorship candidate, House of Assembly candidates, House of Representatives, and all the Senate candidates, because they told us to campaign for them. Okay. Chinedu Onoha says PDP will win all elections in River State. Governor Wike's act of defiance with regards to Atiku's imbroglio will definitely affect the PDP's chances to deliver all the elective positions in River State, because of the following reasons. The presidential election will come first before the other elective positions. River State is one state in the midst of 36 states of the Federation. Atiku and Ayu have started playing ethnic cards of politics. Wike's exit from power is less than the shortest period of time. Therefore, those who are singing his praises are only doing so for what they would gain from him, because we live in an era where sycophants in politics is elevated into an art. Chile Adrian, PDP will win all elections in River State. Atiku's fate uncertain. Well, this will only happen if Governor Wike succeeds in using his courts to stop other parties like the APC, because most Rivers people are waiting to shock Governor Wike with their votes. Frank Emmanuel, PDP will win election in River State. Yes, Governor Wike is 100% correct. PDP will definitely win all election except for the presidential election. Atiku have been destined to fail, so will help him fulfill his heart desires of failure. Not up to 15 persons in River State will not vote for Atiku. My PVC and that of my families are in Governor Wike's pockets.
Thursday, but it tells the truth.
My own is in my pocket, but
he has got himself and his family and put in his pocket.
My own is whatever became once is what I would do.
Hector, Lord have mercy on your people. Emmanuel, we have to find a mountain to cry unto God.
Thank God nobody will give him knife to slaughter all of you. Say, lie down.
You don't have police unit. You will be here.
Obioma, Esther, Osita, Annie, why don't you caution Emmy that is laughing while Chimene is speaking? So I'll tell Emmy, don't laugh. No. Chimene is speaking.
In fact, don't even talk. Let Chimene talk.
Not an offense, yeah.
Obioma, sorry. Next time I'll tell him not to laugh. It's okay now. Let's not fight. Obioma Esther Osita floods Buhari abdicates responsibility. He says, or she, I think, it's difficult to support APC without appearing foolish. Well, with the way things are going on now, I think the APC may decide to use cutlass instead of broom. He says, when will PMB address the citizens of Nigeria? He's busy junketing all over the world. Well, he's only in UK this time around to
this junketing is genuine.
That's what I'm saying. This time around, he has reasons why he needs to be there. He's going for a checkup.
That time he came from New York.
It doesn't matter. He attended to States Matters.
From New York now to.
But it was States Matters. I agree with him. It was States Matters.
Nigeria.
We agree.
He shouldn't go.
The The problem is many Nigerians.
All right, so the phone lines are open 0810-951-0951. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Mr. John from Port Harcourt.
Mr. John, good to have you. Go ahead.
Yes, the writer, I think the writer was not economical with the truth and was biased in his assertion that Buhari has done nothing. That is absolutely wrong and falsehood. I thank Amy for dishing out the facts as it is, even though some people were arguing about it. But then, that is the truth. Buhari has sent relief material. He has instructed NEMA and military to ensure that people are carried to higher ground. He has done so many things. He even sent helicopters, even in Bayelsa. Helicopters were lifting food and materials, water, medical supplies to some of those guys that are trapped in the water. So I can't understand why people will just sit and because you don't like the government,
No, that's not true. That's not true. He was particular about the issues. He said he hasn't addressed us physically and he hasn't visited any of these places physically.
All you read.
Yeah, so you can't say because then you can't say it's because he didn't like Buhari. He said so.
No, he said that Buhari has done nothing. That's the area I'm coming from. So by saying that he has done nothing means that the president was unconcerned about all that has happened, which is not true. So but if you say that president have not visited, that is correct. But to say that he has done nothing, that is where I disagree with the writer. And again, Annie, what about here in Rivers State? Our governor that is healthy and strong and everything, has he visited Ahoda here? Or even by, what they call it, Orashi region, or even Andoni region? Has he gone? To my knowledge, I think he has not. He's held you, and he has not. But his lieutenant are in your studio there, criticizing another person, pointing finger, whereas the four fingers are pointing at them. So that the president has not gone, but he has done the needful by sending all the paraphernals of government, including the Air Force. But our governor here have gone out to different occasions, dish out monies, even in the face of this flooding. And his people are there in your studio. All
right, thank you very much. Allow his people to talk where they are now. If his people are here in the studio talking, is Buhari's person in the studio too also talking? So why is it paining you that his lieutenants are here? Lieutenant of Buhari is also here.
You know we are Christian. The log in our eyes.
Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Annie.
Good morning. What's your name?
Thank you. My name is George. I greet all your guests.
George, good to have you. Go ahead.
Oh my God. I want to talk about the letter that was written by this guy. I think for Mr. President, not to be proactive in the aspect of human affairs and welfare of the citizens. Because what happened in this flood now, I heard in the news that over 600 people have lost their lives, and Mr. President did not even do the needful for him.
What do you consider the needful? Because if it's relief materials, they were dispatched to certain places, maybe not adequate, but then if it's rescue systems, those were also deployed. So what do you think? What here for you is the needful?
Needful is for him to go there and visit those people. That is needful. Because if it was in an electionary period of time, if you want to contest the election, you go to that campaign for the election. So why can't you do the needful situation? There's somewhere where a flood happened. They told you that 600 citizens that is in your custody. You don't do the needful for you to go and went to different places to go and visit them, to tell them, to console with human beings, to console with people. That is what a proactive leader has to do. And is busy getting us from the country to another for medical reasons and other things. I think it is the right time for Nigerians to stand up and also make sure that they vote their conscience. They should not vote just because of political party. Look at what is happening. Insecurity everywhere.
All right, we got your thoughts. Yeah, we got your thoughts. Thank you. All right, let's take another call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Do call back. I lost that connection. Call back if you can. 0810-951-0951 or 0817-000951. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. What's your name?
I'm Mary calling from Sugar.
Good to have you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think the comments of the governor of Rivers State concerning the election of next year is unnecessary, because my family's vote and my vote is in my pocket and not his pocket. So he cannot determine who I'm going to vote for. And that's why he's running from court to court to ensure that other candidates will not be on the ballot. It's not going to work this time around. He's not going to bully anybody. He's not going to sponsor anybody to carry out violence to ensure that elections are disrupted for him to write the results. It's not going to work. And then for the president, I think the president has already said that he's tired. He has said it before, that he cannot wait to go back to his cow business in Daura. So he's just counting time. So nobody should defend him on this. He's already tired and he's just counting time for him to go. That's my thought on this.
All right, then we got your thoughts. Thank you. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Hello, Annie and crew. This is Dr. Dennis Onyagwara.
Dr. Dennis Onyagwara, good to have you. Go ahead.
What I want to say regarding the released materials just being dispatched and not adequate and all is what I have always been saying about this country. The recruitment system into political offices is where we get it wrong. Anywhere you want any organization to succeed, you must recruit the right people who want to work. I studied in India, and go to Bombay today, a 24-story building was built on account of Nigerians making representations to the governor whose office is open 24 hours. You say, we do not have money to rent any place to live. Our parents are poor people. Please help us. And they built not 2 stories, not 3, not 10 stories, not 20 stories, 24. In Rivers State, do you have any 20-story building? In Lagos, you have maybe 1 or 2 18, 17-story buildings. It's just pure administrative ineptitude. All the people who go into party, what are the requisite requirements? It's just for you to carry machetes, carry this and that. Whoever you are, a carpenter or this, if you can wreak terror, you are invited. And those are the kinds of leaders. What administrative knowledge do they have to now put good buildings where people can be taken to if there's a flood situation and things like that? Administratively, even if Buhari cannot move, he can delegate. That is what we have studied in books. Delegation is part of administration. So if we here deceive ourselves every day, we continue to talk, and we have political system or party system that can trump up illiterates, it trump up people who do not know their onions as far as administration is concerned. Nigeria will remain like this, a talking point all over the world, only producing criminals. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I've got your thoughts there. No, I'm not. Hello, good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Anne.
Yes, mascot. Good to have you.
Good morning. My elder brother. Okay, my good morning, sir.
Good morning, mascot.
I have a very good friend there. I like so much. Chief Love Dokere. Good morning.
Want to see you.
Yes, you are my man. Before the governor will make such a statement, there is a long road walk to judiciary. There are 32 state members of the House of Assembly and the governorship candidate of PDP is facing a very difficult case at the court as a pre-election matter. The national chairman or the national secretary did not sign the list. So according to INEC guidelines, if that matter gets to the Supreme Court, because I know all these cases will go to the Supreme Court, I don't think that it will survive. And he's still at the loggerheads with the national chairman. There is another case that was joined, that the national chairman was joined, that the party card which the current governorship candidate of PDP is bearing does not have the signature of the national chairman. Another difficult case. Until those roads and uphill and mountainous hurdles along the way of all these candidates are cleared, nobody knows who will win the election in Rivers State. And for the president, That is why, Annie, we need a healthy president. Health is very paramount, very important, very preeminent in everything you do. When you don't have health, I told you, when I suffered a debilitating malaria attack from just last year, I have never been sick before. I felt bad because I couldn't walk. What was important to me that time was to walk. So when you are sick, there is a little you can do when you are sick. That is the problem we are facing. That is why President, there are places he can go. Among these three leading presidential candidates, who is healthier than each other? We have seen the candidate whose hands are shaking here and there.
What are you reacting to that you've got to shaking hands now? What is it that you're reacting
to? I'm reacting to the fact that the president has not gone or has not addressed the nation. And I'm saying that the impediment he's facing is just because of his health. If he's strong, he can do more. He can do more than what he's doing now. That is why I implore everybody to choose a healthier president.
All right, Mascot, we got your thoughts there. Thank you very much. All right, you see, again, the thing is that in choosing it, I don't think that we should just run off with that sentiment. Oh, go choose a healthy person. You choose a healthy person who will be inadequate in dealing with your issues. So you must strike a balance. You're looking for a healthy person, and you're looking for a person who is going to be able to deliver along the areas that you feel is most important to you, and that the person's proposals towards that actually make sense. So let's not just run with, oh, I'm looking for a healthy person. I enter market and go and shop healthy person that's upstairs. Kosi Kanka. You enter, you see Kosi Kanka inside the head. I'm healthy. I don't know if you're not healthy.
You don't understand.
I don't. The health I'm talking about, me, I'm healthy. Chief Loveday.
Yes, thank you very much. Just to say, react a little thing to what my
good friend.
Yeah, my good friend is a very good friend of mine. What he said. You see, it is good. It is true that these matters are in court, and responding to matters that are in court, we should be very careful. However, I want to say that the assertion that a document was signed or not signed is not correct, because governorship or senatorial candidates document are not signed in isolation. It is once every primary elections are conducted, monitored by the party representatives from Abuja and that of the INEC. They are sent to the national. And all the governorship candidates are submitted from one list signed by the national chairman. So if they are going to nullify, they nullify all the 36 states of the federation. Otherwise, what they are saying is neither here nor there. That of a same Fobara was not signed in isolation. That's the little correction I want to make.
Okay, because all right. So let's get back to the phone calls. Hello, Today 95.1 FM.
Ali Abdul Salam.
Yes, sir.
What I want to say is that man. I give him good to speak on in the public space.
You said what? You did what to Chimene Wodi?
I give him credit for speaking on the public space.
Okay, he has received the credit.
I give a man to play a credit for speaking on the public space.
Okay, sir. Everybody that you want to give credit, they've collected it. What are your thoughts on the issues that we've spoken about?
That man,
leave the people you're giving credit to and leave that. Just tell me what your issues are, please. Okay, we're trying to manage time as much as possible. By the time you give me credit, you take away from Chief Loveday, we will have lost time taking credits, but we appreciate. Thank you so much. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's your name and where are you calling from?
Good morning. I'm calling from Bayelsa State in Angola, precisely.
Good. How's the flooding there, anyways? Is it receding?
Yeah, it's receding small. Not small, not that much, but it's receding.
Would you like Buhari to visit?
If you can, but I don't think he can be able to come here with his sickness and his health.
All right.
That's why I don't think he can come.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Greetings to all the people in the house. I want to use the opportunity to thank Governor Winke. He's our governor for the South. He's the only man we have in this South that we love him, and we are praying for him. God bless him. And that man that's speaking for Buhari, it's not easy for you to speak for Buhari in public like this. it's not easy.
Can you leave that alone? After all, you spoke in public about Wiki. Nobody held you now. Allow the person who wants to speak about Buhari to speak and drop cup.
It's not easy.
No, but it's not easy also to defend Wiki too. It's not easy to defend Wiki. But you called into a radio station and you did so with your chest, your full chest.
We bless God for his life. God protects him for us. Thank you.
Alright, then we got your thoughts anyways. Today 95.1 FM, good morning.
Good morning, Annie.
What's your name?
Annie, my name is I'm from Port Harcourt.
Okay.
Annie, I want to speak on the article that the writer just wrote concerning the president not actually showing so much concern about the flood and the people that actually died. And he actually was struggling to defend the president. It is very unfortunate that
leave Emmy struggle or non-struggle. You notice he's not analyzing him now. Let's hear your own thoughts or defense or anything else, but leave Emmy.
Okay, fine.
No, I feel very.
Can you hear me, Annie? Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, fine. What I'm trying to say in effect is this. If you have a president that cares so much for the people, that values the lives of the people, the moment there's an emergency, in other parts of the world, you see a president suspending a very important occasion for the fact that there was an emergency in his country or in his state. The people are affected. And that goes a long way in giving people the confidence that our president actually cares for us. And I tell you, the president has actually done so much. The writer was saying that the president have not done anything, and somebody is arguing. When what you have done is so significant, when what you have done is nothing to talk about, is assumed that you have nothing. When you have opportunity to do so, and you.
All right, we've got to let you go, though. The lines were not too clear. We struggled through, but thank you so much. All right, before then, hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Annie.
Good morning, Obe. Go ahead.
Yes, Chima, play from Port Harcourt. Annie, the statement of governor regarding PDP winning all the seats, I think the governor is there to realize no longer is event form, where he will go and they will complete. And let me tell you, in 2015, allegedly, the governor never won election. It was actually rigged for in favor. You understand? Yes, I have my evidence.
You said allegedly. Oh.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that according to your terms, because if I know you allegedly, you might cut me off. But what I'm telling you, the governor never won election in 2015. He used everything, every military, the police, he was imposed in River Table by the then government of at the federal. So he never won an election. So if governor says the PDP is winning all the election, I think the governor is not actually in tense with the reality. First of all, who is he going to bring? He want to install somebody? He want to install a puppet who you will press and tell him what to do? No, it's not going to work that way. Then on the issue of the federal president, and in spite of how many materials you have sent or people you have sent, there is need for the people who are affected to actually see their president. You understand? It has done before. I think Donald Trump has done it in U.S. You understand? So there's still need to feel the impact of their leader, at least coming to commiserate with them on what they are passing through. If somebody tell me that president has sent somebody, therefore it wouldn't be. No. You understand? So let us accept the truth. The president, his presence is actually required by the people. Even in River State here, we've never seen the governor even going to, people that are affected by the flood. We have seen it. All people will tell you, he sent 1 billion. We have seen Donye Diri on top of the water. So why wouldn't our governor here do the same? Why would the president equally do the same? Thank you very much, Annie.
All right, we got your thoughts. Emmy, you wanted to react to something. Go ahead.
Yes. You see, there is a reason why a religious book says, my people perish for lack of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And he went further to say, you shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it so? If you don't know the working of something, you might end up criticizing ignorantly. Why do I say so is this? Nigeria operates 3 tiers of government. And these 3 tiers of government have their responsibility clearly defined. Who should do this and who should do that? We even have issue of flood, right?
Mm-hmm.
This issue of flood is centered more on state. The state have the responsibility to do some of these things. When they are overwhelmed, then the federal will come in. The local government have a responsibility to play. But in this case, many Nigerians just believe that as long as you are a president, everything is under the purview of the federal executive. It is not so. You need to acquit yourself with the function of each tier of government and the function of those offices, so that when you are talking, you will talk very informed. As the Bible says, study to show thyself approved.
Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Annie.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, a blessed morning to you, Chief Ndukwe, and the guests in the studio. And a special greeting to Professor Emmy Ishaga, one of the G4 that I love so much. Yeah, Dr. Iwunuma, Barrister.
Just go ahead. They've all heard you. Please go ahead.
All right. Yeah. I like Chimene Nano. Chimene is a pastor and a prophet.
I said go ahead. You're still going around liking people.
Okay. And you see, sincerely, we are wonderful people. When somebody will go and represent the president and will give a wrong speech, everybody will say it's the speech of the president. They will begin to criticize the president. But when an agency on behalf of the federal government or somebody who will go and represent the president for something good, they will say, hey, the president did not go there himself, the president did not go there himself, this they will criticize. Now, NEMA, which body is NEMA? Is NEMA under federal government or NEMA a separate or a private sector? NEMA has visited some of these flood disaster area, even here in River State. We have donated money and property worth billions of naira, and that, I believe, is the president at work. You see, a good general does not need to be in the battlefield with his men to be giving them 1 or 2 or telling them how to shoot their gun or load their barrels and what have you. A good general will be there, and while people will be doing the doings, and that is what governance is all about. In as much as the president has so much on him to carry out many functions and his own personal business. Now you said something about Obi has visited. The Obi now is just one man with his own personal function. He has not even added the one of the Nigeria. And this flood is just a dot of out of the so many problems of Nigeria that Mr. President has been settling, has been working on all through. And one man, and with his own person, and one man has not been able to solve his own person. And this one dot of visiting the flood area, he has not even been able to cover all over them. And we are criticizing the president and what have you. And then lastly, Annie, you see, here in the state, sincerely, it's just quite unfortunate as things have played out here in the state since 2015 to date. There has never been a time that election here was free and fair. Everything has been totally rigging here in the state. It's very clear. The handwriting is very clear on the wall. We have every evidence to prove it. INEC council election this 2019, they said they will do rerun. They just somersault like 366 degrees and came back, and they say they declare somebody winner. If you don't like, go to court. 2015, we saw how everything play out. So here in the state, when you see the people now, the government here in power doing anyhow, you know that nobody voted them in.
and they will do whatever they want to do. So what we'll see is because they did not merit it, it's not from the people, so they can behave anyhow. So they do what they want. But lastly, this 2000 and from now to 2003 will bring so many surprises and disappointment to people. But people
Fantastic.
will begin to
We're looking forward to that. Looking forward to those surprises. Thank you very much. We got your thoughts there. All right, so I'm going to read some of the messages that we have on the text message and on our WhatsApp platform 070193399962. Those are the numbers, or that is the number, sorry, that you can send your messages to, or your WhatsApp post to. I'm going to try and run through the most of them. Annie, why is Emmy always ready to defend this failed government? No wonder he's supporting another candidate. We are watching. This is from Oibo. Everybody will find who to support. I'm sure you're also supporting somebody else. So there's a question to why are you defending that person you're defending? Everybody will see something they need to see and the reasons why they need to support who they support. I think sometimes we should just listen without the bias. Okay, maybe they failed. But what are the other areas this person is talking about? Did they do any better? Did they do any good in those areas? And take them for their words. Just leave it at that. Good morning, Annie and Ogaima. Annie, I don't know why our politicians like playing politics of hatred and bitterness. The same people who said whosoever Afenifere endorses might likely fail. Then why is Tinubu going to them for an endorsement? This is from the Noble.
Maybe he wants to fail.
Maybe he wants to fail. Hi, everyone. For God's sake, a natural disaster that has taken 600 lives and still counting, and President Buhari doesn't deem it necessary to visit affected areas. I almost forgot to greet Chimenem. I greet you especially, Chimenem. I continue. Some students were killed in the USA and their president visited the school. Here in Nigeria, Boko Haram has killed and kidnapped thousands of students. Most of them have been dehumanized and forced to marry some Boko boys. But yet, President Buhari has refused to visit the schools where all this happened. I'm D-Man. You send that in. Good morning. The crew, Sobawale, was merely being mischievous and economical with the truth because he failed to understand the character and person of PMB as someone who allows people to function in their offices and for the system to run. And Nigerians must learn to appreciate what PMB inherited from the past administration when suicide bombers ravaged Abuja and the north at the time when Jonathan told Nigerians that Boko Haram infiltrated his government. PMB is the best thing that ever happened to Nigeria. And I'm Chili Edwin. You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see the Buhari that cried one time when he was campaigning, right? Because of the devastations he saw. I'd like to see him tearing and cleaning his eyes and weeping when he sees some of the people going through the suffering they are going through now. I like that. It was what we saw that made some people vote for him the time they voted for him. They felt this is somebody who could connect with the issues that we're going through. Now, to distance yourself now and say, oh, I have people, I've delegated those people to do that. And every now and then, we can't see you break protocol. Let's put it like that. There's protocol that's not allowing you. But that you break protocol and say, no, these people in Jigawa, I must see them. Or no, I'm not talking about flood here now, please. These people in Anambra, I must meet them.
And then who wants to go to the realm? Waiting for time to just finish.
Isaac said PDP will not win in Omuma local government area. What did you mean? What do you have to say to that?
Isaac is far from reality. You should understand there are those that are existing, but they don't know anything. I can tell you that you see, some persons are not politicians. I know where.
But politicians are not always right.
Not
in predicting how their scores will go, they're not always right. No, that you're a politician doesn't make you right.
Those are not pragmatic. We have done our permutations.
And he has failed in several spheres. We have heard people who says, as a politician, I've been doing this for 15 years. This is how this vote will go. And zero on the day.
What did you call the boy again?
It doesn't matter. You tell us why you think of Muma.
He's not a known person. He's not a known person.
All right then.
When it comes to
Wike is doing well in childhood. When we quarrel, we begin to demand for biscuits and granules from each other. Wike should be informed that IU did not sign for submission of Rivers PDP and will not be on the ballot in 2023. Annie and Ima, does Ghanaian and other African presidents travel to UK or China for medical checkup and Panadol for body pains? because of dirty politics in Nigeria. They're scared of going to even private hospitals in Nigeria. This is from Mr. Law. Good morning, Wanyama. Buhari jets again for medical tourism abroad after billions of naira budgeted for Asura Clinic. This won't happen to Nigerians again, inshallah. Tinubu is already toeing in the path of Tinubu traveling abroad for health issue. Nigerians should wisen up. Pharmacist Danino, you send that in. Let Chief Okere be reminded that Buhari said his sick doesn't move. Only in Aso Rock, that after meeting with the service chiefs yesterday, President Buhari was in Imo State, sit at home zone, same yesterday, making it twice this month. Niger Delta Minister Omana was there to see the flood victims, I beg your pardon. The state governor never visits the areas affected yet. You're all calling Buhari. This is from Dim Chukwuemeka. Good morning to you all. This is Friday Olo in Choba. I wonder why we keep discussing time and energy on why I may call President Buhari's human frailty as every man. The president must not deck up with life-saving floating device and wade through the floods to change a theme. How many empathizers have we witnessed and how genuine are the empathies? Down home here in River State, the governor jetted out to Spain and all we did was laugh over it. Thumbs down Today FM for today's quest, no more than an omnibus or better still some kind of Portuguese parliament where all speaks at once. But you understood. If not, you won't be telling us what you are talking about. So thumbs up after all. Annie, I love my governor, Wike. He said the obvious landslide victory in the state, but for Atiku, we're not sure. On Wike, we stand. I said it before. Chimele would do well if he's a comedian. This is from Joe. But he's doing fantastic as a politician at the moment. Joe, what are you doing? James from Ozoba.
As a musician.
James from Ozoba. Good morning, Madam Annie. I am with the great man over there with you. The Bible said, pray for your leaders. It did not say in bad or in good condition, but all you are to do is to pray for them. The man answer amen to your prayers. God will send him helpers, as Buhari sent to the victims, and he will fly overseas this year in Jesus' name.
Amen.
You see, when people say we'll fly overseas, it just shows you the mental capabilities that it is a feat that you call is a feat that is almost like an impossible thing for you, or it is. Why do you think going abroad is supposed to be better than your home state? Are you going there? What are you going there for? If you need to leave Nigeria and you're going to make that like a prayer point, God, let me leave Nigeria, then that means you're already admitting that the other place is better. So I don't understand why, if you're the one who is saying this government is doing great, and yet you want to pray that the person leaves Nigeria. Where is he going to? Emmy, are here with us.
The helping side.
No, the helping side that you said amen to.
I can be toying America, toying UK are coming back just to show
we will
them
not even allow.
the
We will not
goodness
allow
of
it. No,
Nigeria.
you can show it from here. They will see it.
No, I will go there
No,
and talk to them about
you will
Nigeria.
make Nigeria so good they will come and discover it.
A friend of mine once told me.
Emi Fiaga, let me explain to
Yes,
you.
yes.
You will make Nigeria so good they will come to see it.
They will definitely come. That
So
is why
you don't
we'll
need,
go
no,
and
don't go.
talk to them.
You don't
I'll
understand.
come.
Who went to talk to you now that
A
you're going
friend
there?
of mine once
Who
told
came
me-
to talk to you now that you want to go there?
Who came to talk to me?
Yes.
Yeah, people around.
No, nobody.
They
told
are
you.
always they are inviting
No
me.
American came.
They are inviting me to.
When you come here,
Comrade-
They want me to
them
be.
will come.
Comrade Austin Omachi Webilo, you said good day, Annie, and happy new month to you. You see, Annie, trust me. What of if APC wins in all areas in River State? Annie, please think with me. If APC wins now. Please, Annie. Thank Barrister Chimenen for me. Government is all about shared responsibility. Please give EO Daniel to do his job in Abu Adwa local government area, not giving community 5 bags of rice for what? Abraham, you sent this from Odua. Annie and the guests. Emmy is one of the best analysts I've seen in Today FM. Some person in the South may hate him because he's too sound and rational. So he's not like others who are very biased. Kano says, Annie, your guest, Chief Okere, should be decorous and circumspect in his comments. Why lay curse on people? Who did he lay a curse on?
He lay curse on Emmy, but it wasn't directed at Emmy. Emmy owned it.
Emmy owned it. Emmy didn't see it as a curse. And it's not a curse. He says, if you think that this is the right thing, then I pray the same for you. Annie, please control yourself. You're not helping matters. I can't control myself. It's difficult. Annie, please, your guest said Buhari have not visited the flooded areas. Can I ask, have Wike visited the flooded areas? Please, we should balance this. If I send that, I'm very sure that there is legit question there. has Wiki visited. But today, what we're focusing on is whether Buhari has visited. I don't like to balance it out and say, oh, because this person didn't do that, can that one too is doing, so it balances it. No. We'll also speak on that if it appears in the paper someday. We'll talk about it. But today, what we saw was that Dele Sobowale wrote concerning President Buhari. Annie, do you know that I always suspend my business activities from 8:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. daily from Monday till Thursday just to listen to your program, to learn from you politically and otherwise. Also to hear those big English from Chimenem. And it seems you didn't give Chimenem my number. This is Amadi from Other George. No, I didn't. Chimenem, do you want Amadi's number from Other George? You said yes or you said no?
Yes.
He said yes. Amadi, he wants your number. Amadi, you've won the jackpot. So I'm going to give him your number. I'm just teasing. All right. Annie, good morning to you and the guests. Thank you for allowing some of your guests to insult my president as they like. Have Governor Wike gone to visit community in Soku, suffering flood? God is seeing you all. Nelly from Woji, you send that in. There, Annie. The guest, good morning. Emergency situations require president returning to the country. President Buhari is leaving instead. Was the flood due to global warming or the opening of a Cameroonian dam? Uram, you send that in from Abba. KM Hosful, you said good morning to everyone. Annie, as they analyze in the studio that APC will win the presidential election come 2023, I ask, why are we not seeing defections to the APC on a daily basis? Well, my analysis tells me Atiku will win 2023 convincingly. All right, we're going to start wrapping up here. Let me start with you, Wodi Chimenem.
Well, clearly, let me thank the citizens of this nation for, first of all, having a spirit of mercy and coming together to understand that in oneness we build a nation. Nations are breaking and segmenting, but in spite of the canons that are thrown to us, the famine, the social contract theories that have been broken by leadership, the citizens, the electorates are still living in oneness. Let us continue in one spirit and be our brother's keeper. And understand that the spirit of brethren-ship should be the order of the day. And I think in that stand, let us continue to extend our olive branch to the downtrodden. This is the only way we can build the nation.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Wodi Chimenem is current legal advisor, Panda of Obiapo chapter and a voice for Akbara people of Obiapo Kingdom. Thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you, Ameka.
And it's so annoying to insinuate that APC will win Kaduna State. They won't. Newton Ikere, you sent that in. And if the president's ill health predisposes him to performing woefully, he should resign. He should resign. Simple. I have some Newton Ikere, you send that in. Annie, good morning. Your guest is supporting Buhari's presence is not necessary to flood victims, but should not forget that some of those in Buhari's government who were busy defending Buhari on insecurity were personally or relatively among the Kaduna train victims, but they realize their mistake when it touches them. Okay. Ifangi from Ajip. Good morning, presenter. Has the governor of Rivers State visited any of the flood areas in the state? Alan from Port Harcourt. No, he hasn't. But like I said, we're focusing on Buhari today. Good morning, Annie. If we're condemning Mr. President, who has over 199 LGAs to contain for not touching the flood-affected areas after demonstrating empathy financially, materially, and physically, what can we say of Governor Wike, who has less than 23 local government areas affected to contain or for not touching theirs, but he's only talking about Atiku and Ayu? All right. I guess his own case will be something that will be discussed in a later time. He was not on the papers this morning. Good day, Annie and co. I don't think that the endorsement of any candidate by Afeni Ferry will really have any effect in the voters in the Southwest, because most people already know who they're going to vote for. And Pa Adebanjo has not told the people of the Southwest the plan of his anointed candidate for the region. What he's only telling them is that it is the turn of the Southeast. That one not talk. I trust my people anyway. Even Pa Adebanjo would lose his polling unit. Just watch. Wasiu, you send that from Rumo Parali.
It will be new now. Chief of Wasaya losses.
Yeah, and he still won eventually. So it's, if you lose, like we mentioned here about Buhari who lost to Rivers State. So sometimes you might lose your polling unit, but then you still clinch the bigger picture. Let me get to Emmy Fiahaga. Emmy?
Yes, I think knowledge is moving from the known to the unknown and trying to unravel what is unknown. From there, you move on as knowledge is required. In Nigeria, please, let's always be acquainted with the functions of government. So what we criticize in a sound mind and not in bias. President has over 199 flooded area that he has sent relief materials and tried to reach out to them. There are responsibility that the state government, the local government was supposed to do. We didn't see them, but all we think in this part of the world, everything about Nigeria is the president. It is not so. So be acquainted, as the Bible says, ye shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Hate me, but the truth is always there before us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emi Fiahaga. You are an analyst, political analyst, adolescent and adult literacy volunteer, South Coordinator, Think Tinubu Movement. Thank you so much for coming in. Earlier, Chief Love the Okere was in. He had to leave. He said he had an emergency. See people who that attended to emergencies. Yes. Chief Love the Okere, social political analyst, community leader, a member, PDP Campaign Council. All right, Emmanuel.
Well, the truth is that President Buhari, you may be faced with natural inhibitions like sickness. It's understandable. But there are certain times you should talk to the nation. Let them know your mind. And of course, they will indeed perceive it that their president is thinking about them.
All right, then. Madam Annie, good day. Your guests are contradicting themselves. Rejecting Buhari and bringing in Tinubu is like rejecting the dog and bringing in the monkey. It's an Igbo adage. Ogaima, over to you. Austin from Eneka said that. Is that an Igbo adage like that? Rejecting the dog and bringing in the monkey?
Yes.
But they're two different things, the dog and the monkey.
Yeah, but they are behaviors.
They're two different things. We'll take one last text message and we're gone. And this says here, good morning to everybody in the studio. I'm Louis in Rupoku. Rivers PDP will win elections, except, he says, is my dear governor. He used to forget sometime that he's just a human being. Okay, we got that, Louis. I'm still trying to wrap up here. Okay, I think that's it. That'll be the last I can take because it's already 11:59. The news comes up next. The world news is up next. Stay on the dial. We've got Lucky Maxwell who's going to take you through that. And then you have, what are you talking about this afternoon?
Yes, a lot. Business.
On business.
Yes, business today. We'll look at the Naira.
Okay.
Redesign. How will it affect the economy positively? Because, of course, we heard recently that it has climbed to $800. And I was telling Maz yesterday that we might even, get to 1,500.
We can't get to 1,500 now. That's pushing. That's pushing this boat too far. Let's stop at 850. Okay, so you don't want to miss that. That conversation is coming up at 1 p.m. But the world news is up next. Please stay on the dial.
Been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good afternoon, this is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Lucky Maxwell. The headlines. Governor Nyesom Wike berates former Minister of Transport, Abiy Sekibo. Federal High Court in Port Harcourt sets 30th of November to deliver judgment in suit by Bernard Miko against Tonya Cole and others. Protests by airport staff in Murtala Mohammed Airport, Lagos, disrupt flight operations. On the foreign scene, South Korea's police chief faults emergency response to Taiwan crash. Details in just a moment. Thanks for joining us. Now the news in detail. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike says a former Minister of Transport, Dr. Abiy Sekibo, does not feel such leadership position to speak on behalf of the state. Governor Wike said Dr. Sekibo is a self-seeking politician who has been unable to attract democratic dividends of whatever kind to the state while he served as minister and also to his hometown Okrika. The governor spoke during the inauguration of 319 ward and 32 constituency liaison officers in Government House yesterday. The Rivers State governor said leadership is not about personal aggrandizement, but serving the people, protecting their interest while building up others as competent successors. Governor Wike stated that people like Dr. Sekibo number among those who are never satisfied with the fortunes they have enjoyed in life. Otherwise, he should have been silent in the public sphere for what the governor said is his failure in leadership. A federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt will, on the 30th of November 2022, deliver judgment on a suit filed by a governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bernard Miko, against the Independent National Electoral Commission, the APC, and its governorship candidate, Patrick Toye Cole, and another governorship aspirant, Ojukaye Flagamakri. Miko had approached the court after the governorship primary seeking the nullification of the exercise over alleged irregularities and non-compliance with the Electoral Act. The plaintiff is also asking the court not to recognize Toye Cole as the governorship candidate of the APC over his alleged questionable character due to his indictment by Rivers State white paper reports on the sales of government assets. When the matter came up in court yesterday, lawyers to the parties adopted their final written addresses before the presiding judge, Justice Ayuwa Fuebe, adjourned till the 30th of November 2022 for judgment. The Labour Party has vowed to take drastic action against its candidate for the Rivers South East Senatorial District, Fabeke Douglas, for what it termed anti-party activities. Fabeke had recently endorsed the governorship candidate of one of the political parties in Rivers State during an event last week. But addressing newsmen in Port Harcourt yesterday, the South-South Vice Chairman of the Labour Party, Felix Ruben, said the party does not condone any form of anti-party activities. He also said no party member have the right to endorse candidates of any other political party.
I want people to know that whatever news they hear about endorsement of a candidate to another candidate is all false. I don't know what they were doing, but that was not Labour Party gathering. Certainly it's an anti-party, and that's why we are going to take drastic action. No candidate of this party have the right to endorse any candidate of any party, irrespective of the platform you're using. We are here at disciplined political party, and you remember, you cannot be anti-party, play anti-party, and you expect us to follow you. Whether you are voting candidate or you are not voting candidate, you are a candidate of party, and because you are a candidate of a political party, you don't have the right to endorse any other candidate.
The governorship candidate of Accord in Rivers State, Chief Dumo Lulu Briggs, has said if given the opportunity to serve as governor, he will lead the people from poverty to prosperity. Chief Lulu Briggs, who spoke during his visit to the internally displaced persons camps in Abua Odwal and Erema in Ogbaigbe Mandoni local government areas of Rivers State to donate relief materials, decried high level of suffering by the people. The Accord governorship candidate said there is need to create jobs and empower the people to put food on their tables to enable them take charge of their homes, which he said is lacking in the current administration of Governor Nyesom Wike.
Today we've gone again to an IDP camp in Abua. The original plan was to leave a few things, for them at the camp. We knew there was a camp there. But we said that place before, they said that the camp had not been populated. So I thought, as I was in other camps, maybe we'll find about 200, 300, people in the camp. And they said there's more than 3,000 persons, in that camp. And you wonder how people can be so compressed. How will 3,000 persons stay in that place? That's a sad story. Can't go there, and then live with anything. Whatever you had, you just had to empty yourself. A lot of suffering, people trekking miles. We pray for an opportunity. We'll get the opportunity, by the special grace of God, the story will be different. There's going to be a lot of hope. There's definitely we're going to move people out of poverty into prosperity.
Reacting to a recent suit by the People's Democratic Party against him and his deputy governorship candidate, Chief Lulu Briggs described the action of the PDP as transfer of frustration.
It's a party that is turning itself, so you don't expect anything meaningful to come out of the party at this time. They have too much crisis, so they love to spread pain, they love to spread despair. There's nothing meaningful that is coming out of the PDP anymore. I mean, you've got an action against National Assembly members. People are coming about certain meddlesomeness. What will be your interest in the internal affairs of other political parties? What's your intention? At the rate at which the PDP is bringing actions against other persons in the courts, you wonder, since there's no merit in these things, what's their intention?
Today FM's Uchendo Joe reports that Chief Dumo Lulu Briggs also handed out cash to flood victims at the various camps and along the streets of the areas he visited. Meanwhile, some flood victims camped at Abua Udua Local Government Council Secretariat are complaining of insufficient food items, space, and lack of medical attention in the camp. The victims who spoke to Today FM's Uchendo Ejowo also complained that they lost their properties before they were brought to the camp. They also complained that women who gave birth inside the camp have been sleeping on the bare floor without medical attention, while children are contracting different diseases.
All our things, the food, the crops, everything, even the houses that we keep the thing to save before we could know the thing have just taken us. As we came here, the food is not enough for us, and where to sleep, mosquitoes outside, the place is not containing the people. We are just like slaves. No foam for the elder people, no net. The children are just like that, crying up and down with sicknesses. And when we go to take the medicine from the pharmacies there, they said there is no medicine. Some are here delivering. It's up to 3 people that have delivered inside here.
At time we eat by 10 o'clock in the morning. For morning time we eat by 12 o'clock. In this situation, government should know how people are suffering, because by going back, they will come and they give us something, because some of us don't have any dress again at home. Government should help us to dive back to our different homes.
The Okulomibe and Council, King Ngeni Kingdom, in our other West Local Government area of River State, His Royal Majesty Moore Macklin and the people of the kingdom have expressed gratitude to the Governor of River State, Nyesom Wike, over the appointment of 2 indigents of the kingdom. In a statement, the chairman of Okpulamo, Ibe Ngeni, Moses Ekpa, noted that the appointment of their son, Ezekiel Agri, and daughter, Ineme Aguma, into the state cabinet is a welcome idea, especially at this critical period of the administration. They said the appointment came as a reassurance of the governor's commitment to the development of the Ngeni Kingdom. The statement further joined other Rivers people in congratulating the governor on the award conferred on him by President Muhammadu Buhari, noting that it is well deserved. The Rivers State Ministry of Agriculture has reiterated its commitment to ensure that contaminated meat are not sold to residents of the state. The ministry said it will continue to work in synergy with the National Butchers Union of Nigeria to ensure that healthy meat are sold at all times, as it remained focused on safeguarding residents of the state when it comes to food consumption. The civil servant, Ogolo Morris, who spoke on behalf of the Permanent Secretary of the Rivers State Ministry of Agriculture, Otonye Tairia Okuri, at the swearing-in ceremony of members of the River State chapter of the National Butchers Union, also explained how the ministry intends to work with the union.
Our desire is to have quality meat on our table, and then we'll be having a good relationship with the past ESCO. So we want that synergy to continue, but at the end of the day, the Rivers people will benefit from whatever the government has so designed. As a ministry, we are ready to give them whatever support we can give them. Already you are aware that we have vet doctors in the ministry that have been assisting them in meat inspection. So Rivers people are to go home and feel secure that whatever we're eating here is well secure as far as the Rivers Ministry of Agriculture is concerned.
On his part, the new chairman of the River State branch of the National Butchers Union of Nigeria, Abib Akamfe, said his office is ready to work with the River State government to ensure that its members work in accordance with the rules and principles in the state. Today FM's Olawale Sanusi reports that the swearing-in ceremony, which was held at the Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees building, had in attendance representatives of the State Ministry of Agriculture as well as chairmen of all slaughters operating in the state. The Standard Organization of Nigeria has blamed the continued sales of second-hand tires in the country on the porosity of the Nigeria borders, despite federal government's ban on its importation. The acting South-South Director of SON, Samuel Ayuba, regretted that despite efforts by the organization, expired tires still find their way into the market. Ayuba, in an interview with Today FM's Ifunanya Obeme Ndukwe, however, noted that SON has been authorized by the federal government to return to the ports to monitor the standard of goods imported into the country.
We have done a lot of mop-up, and yet people still keep bringing this product into the country. An unfortunate thing is that this product have already expired somewhere in the world, and yet Our people will go buy them and bring them into the country and sell it to our citizens as Tokumbo tires. So the effect of bringing these substandard tires is accident on the highway, because people put them and they drive 100 kilometers per hour, 140 kilometers per hour, and these tires have already expired. People are still bringing them, even when Standards Organization of Nigeria mopped up most of these products, but yet you still find them. So they are not legally even allowed to come through the ports and through the borders, but yet somehow they find their way into this country.
Ayuba, who is also the River State coordinator of SON, lamented over harassment and physical assault on its officers when they go to seize substandard goods from the market. He added that SON is now focusing on sensitizing the public against the patronage of substandard goods. This is the world news on your premium talk radio today, 95.1 FM. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now the rest of the news. The disbandment of local security outfits named Onelga Security Peace and Advisory Committee and some communities in Emoha, local government area of River State, has caused more harm than good. This is the claim of some inhabitants of some communities in Emoha, particularly those residing along the East-West Road, who have raised alarm over the resurgence of robberies and kidnappings along the road. A chairman of Aveku Community Development Committee, Alabo Monday, a letter, who was reacting to a kidnap incident that occurred over the weekend, said they now live in fears following the activities of criminals terrorizing the area, whom he said carry out their operation at will. Monday, a letter, while calling on the Commissioner of Police to deploy more teams around that axis of the East-West Road, called on authorities of Emewa to bring back OSPAC.
Passing through that road now is a difficult task for many persons. Even the people that are living around Emoha local government have now known that place as a hoodlum center. Even the police that used to stay at the checkpoint, they are no longer there. So we are afraid. Even right now in my community, we will now engage on local security to guide the community, because we don't know what will be their mindset. Call to state government as well as security agency is for them to bring at least two chiefs. One should be at that barber and one should be by that mortuary. That is the only way they can be able to apprehend these boys whenever they come. If the OSPAC can come back to full function, that will help us along the way. I will call on government to ban on OSPAC security.
On his part, a stakeholder from Rumuji community in Odago Kingdom, Kachi Robinson, advocated for the restructuring of the local vigilante group. Suspected kidnappers terrorizing the area last Saturday kidnapped some travelers along the road. That was the fourth kidnap incident in the road in 2 weeks. President Muhammadu Buhari says his administration is currently working with some development partners to strengthen the police reforms to restore the primacy of the force and rebuild public trust and professionalism. The president made this known at the opening ceremony of a 3-day conference and retreat of senior officers in Owerri, the Imo State capital, while stressing that his administration has prioritized critical reforms in the Nigerian police force to solving various issues affecting the nation. The president also reiterated that the faith of his administration in the nation's democracy remains unshaken. He said the conference will avail officers the opportunity to discuss issues relating to the capacity of the Nigerian police force ahead of the elections in 2023 and also provide solutions to security challenges in the country. On his part, the Inspector General of Police, Alkali Baba, said the outcome of the retreat will be used to perfect country's election security and boost citizens' confidence in the electoral process. Against the backdrop of recent security advisories by the United States and the United Kingdom, the National Security Advisor, Babagana Munguno, has assured Nigerians that there is no cause for alarm. The NSA, who said the situation is under control, described as false and irresponsible the perception of heightened insecurity in Abuja as painted by the UK and the US. Munguno made the disclosure at a briefing after a Security Council meeting presided over by President Muhammadu Buhari at the State House. He insisted that the alert was for American and British citizens and that the way it was released complicated the situation. The alert, he underscored was simply an unnecessary distraction and nothing untoward so far. The NSA advised Nigerians to go about their daily activities without fear, saying that the security agencies are in control and that Nigeria is safe. Members of the Air Transport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria this morning blocked the entrance gate of the Murtala Mohammed Airport's second terminal in Lagos to protest what they described as an unprovoked termination of the appointment of 34 aviation workers by the operators of the airport's terminal, the B. Courtney Aviation Services Limited. The situation forced airlines like Ibom Air and Air Peace operating within the airport terminal to stop flight operations. Ibom Air, in a notice to passengers, said the action of the union will greatly impact its flights scheduled in and out of Lagos today. In a notice of strike by aviation workers, those affected in the disengagement include the group's branch chairman, secretary, treasurer, and women leader, who were set to demand the payment of terminal benefits to staff members who exited the service of the company lawfully in line with the signed conditions of service. The union said the terminal operators acted at a time when parties were on the table discussing the set payment, and there was nothing to suggest that negotiation has broken down irretrievably. It considered the termination as victimization of its members and ESCOs who were merely carrying out their constitutional duties. A spokesperson for Courtney Aviation Services Limited said the company initially engaged the union, but there is no official response on the development as of press time. The leader of the Pan-Yoruba group, Afeni Fere, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, has reacted to Bola Tinubu's visit to a former leader of the group, Pat Ruben Fashoranti, saying the comments trailing it are an attempt to divide the group. Tinubu visited Pat Fashoranti in Akure on Sunday, where the former Lagos State governor was endorsed. While speaking on a live television program, Chief Adebanjo, who earlier endorsed Labour Party's Peter Obi, said the latest move was aimed at splitting the group. He said Pat Fashoranti had called to inform him about Tinubu's planned visit after Fashoranti, who was initially not open to receiving Tinubu, was persuaded to do so. Chief Adebanjo insisted that Obi's endorsement is based on the principles of equity, as the Southeast has not produced a president since the return of democracy in 1999. On the foreign scene, South Korea's police chief has said their emergency response to the Taiwan crash was inadequate. This is the first acknowledgement from officials that they did not do enough to prevent it. Amid growing calls for accountability, Yoon Ki-kyun said he felt limitless responsibility about public safety over what happened and vowed a full investigation. Interior Minister Lee Sang-min also apologized for the incident that killed 156 people and injured 142 others. It happened on Saturday night as crowds gathered in an alley in Itaewon, a popular nightlife district in Seoul, to celebrate Halloween without restrictions for the first time since COVID. On entertainment, the Lagos State Police Command has confirmed that all domestic staff of David Adeleke and Choma Rowland have been invited for questioning following the death of their son, Ifeanyi Adeleke. It was gathered that the first son of the artist died yesterday at his father's residence in the Banana Island area of Lagos State. Police Public Relations Officer in the state, Benjamin Hudwine, and said Ifeanyi drowned yesterday. He, however, said no arrests have been made, but the domestic staff have been brought in for questioning. To end the news is a summary of the major stories. We told you that Governor Wike has berated a former Minister of Transport, Abiye Sekibo. A federal high court in Port Harcourt has set 30th of November 2022 to deliver judgment on a suit by a governorship candidate of the APC, Bernard Miko, against Tonya Cole and others. You heard that a protest by airport staff in Murtala Mohammed Airport, Lagos State, has disrupted flight operations. And on the foreign scene, we also told you that South Korea's police chief has faulted the emergency response to a Taiwan crash. The news was edited by Ifunanya Obeme Ndukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Lucky Maxwell. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
your attention, please.
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you're a
slave. Let's not get to that now. So the Nigerian
You spot the difference now?
That's also saying don't worry. This government.
For that station, John.
Don't worry you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are.
Your number one talk radio station, 95.1 FM.
Every day on Today 95.1 FM, there's always an opportunity to comment and air your views on our various programs. It's not just about us, it's about you, your opinion, and your voice.
President, don't you think that it's time to step down, sir?
Be part of the story, the gist, reactions, intrigues, and the news.
President Neil Patrick Harris has called for greater regulation.
Give us a feedback or join the conversation on Twitter at TodayFM951. Our Facebook address is Today95.1FM, or join us on the number 0701-933-9962. That's our WhatsApp application. Be informed, be educated, and have fun. We are Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
You can never plan the future but the past. He who has a right to live can bear almost anyhow. Lost time is never found again. It is the province of knowledge to speak, and it is the privilege of wisdom to listen. I don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. In the end. It is not the years in your life that counts. It is the life in your years. Make it count with us. Make it count with us at Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
Peace is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society to advance.
Through peace, generations of wealth, education, technology can build up, thereby making people very prosperous and happy.
Without peace, there will be violence, war, and underdevelopment in our society. The most disadvantageous peace is far better than the most just war. Let us embrace peace for a better society.
This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM.
It's what I pray for.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It's that time on the radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Let me take you through a journey of Nigeria's nationalism. Do you know who the founder of Nigeria's nationalism was? He's sometimes acclaimed as the Gandhi of West Africa. He was a man of many parts, a civil engineer, a surveyor by training, a civil servant, a politician, an editor, a journalist, an accomplished violinist, a historian, and wait for it, an ex-convict, the founding father of Nigeria's nationalism. He helped to lay the foundation of modern Nigeria and contributed to the shaping of popular perceptions of a modern nation and its obligations to the public. In addition, he maintained an abiding interest in the history and concerns of black people throughout the world. Herbert Olayinka Samuel Healers Badmus Macaulay. That's a mouthful, right? He was born in Lagos on the 14th of November 1864 to Thomas Babington Macaulay and Abigail Crowther, children of people captured from what is now present-day Nigeria and resettled in Sierra Leone by the British West African Squadron and eventual returnees to Nigeria. Thomas Babington Macaulay was one of the sons of Ojo Oraire, while Abigail Crowther was the daughter of Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther, a descendant of King Abiodun. Thomas Babington Macaulay was the founder of the first secondary school in Nigeria, the CMS Grammar School, Lagos, between 1869 and 1877. Macaulay attended Breadfruit School, Lagos, and Faji School, Lagos, for his elementary education from 1877 to October 1880. He attended CMS Grammar School, Lagos, for his secondary school after going to a Christian missionary school. From childhood, young Herbert Macaulay learned the importance of a sound education, patriotism, and of course Christian values. However, his grandparents and parents also believed in the importance of indigenous Yoruba cultural values and of working within the larger culture around them. Like many later Pan-Africanists, they advocated the intelligent selection of progressive values and institutions from westernized Christianity and African society. Coming from such a family, he must have experienced a lot of pressure to enter the clergy, but he rejected this career in favor of a more worldly career. He took a job as a clerk at the Lagos Department of Public Works in 1881. In July 1890, the government sent him abroad for further training under G.D. Bellamy of Plymouth. 3 years later, he qualified as a civil engineer, the first Nigerian in this profession. On his return to Lagos, the government made him a surveyor of crown lands in Lagos. However, he soon became dissatisfied with the conditions of his employment. Like many of his African colleagues, he hated the two-tier system then existed in government service, whereby British civil servants enjoyed better conditions and much higher salaries than Africans. Thus, in 1898, Macaulay decided to go into private practice as a licensed surveyor and architect. His practice, however, was not very successful. Constantly in financial distress, he took advantage of his position as executor of the estate of a family dependent from which he misappropriated funds. Unfortunately, this act became known to the authorities and he was tried and sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. While many sympathized with him because of the extenuating circumstances of his large extended family, this event meant that he could never become a candidate for public office. Now, barred from elective public office, Macaulay made his mark in politics through journalism and political organizations and various advisory capacities. Between 1890 and 1927, he was a frequent contributor to the Nigerian Chronicle. In 1927, Macaulay joined forces with his friend Dr. John Akilade Colcrick, a physician and politician, to buy the Lagos Daily News, the first daily newspaper in British West Africa, founded in 1925. Macaulay decided on political tone of the paper. This provided his platform for his battles against the government and his African political opponents. During the 1920s, a period in Nigerian history associated with the beginning of political agitation for self-rule, Macaulay became a leading figure in the first generation of Nigerian nationalists. In 1921, Macaulay passionately led protests in Lagos over water rates, land issues, and mishandling of railway finances. In 1922, he helped a Lagos chief in his legal battle with the colonial government, who had forcefully taken some of his land for government purposes. The highest court in England heard the case and returned the land to the chief. This victory inspired Macaulay to establish in 1923 Nigeria's first political party, the Nigerian National Democratic Party, whose members were the first to sit in the Legislative Council. The NNDP was the first well-organized political party in Commonwealth West Africa. Its motto was Salus Populi Suprema Lex. The safety of the people is the greatest law. Its candidates won all the elective seats in the Nigerian legislature between 1923 and 1938. For fear that government might take action against him, Macaulay refused to hold any party office until 1930s. But in Lagos, There was no doubt that he was the driving force and real power behind the scenes. He maintained close ties with the first executive councils and was always present at NNDP public meetings. Further, he had extensive links with the masses of Lagosians through their traditional popular associations, particularly the Market Women Union and many vocational unions. He encouraged market women and elite women to take part in party activities, including speaking at its meetings. In 1931, relations with Macaulay and the British began to improve up to the point that the governor held conferences with Macaulay. In October 1938, the more radical Nigerian youth movement fought and won elections for the Lagos Town Councils, ending the dominance of Macaulay and his National Democratic Party. In order to avoid the demise of the party, Macaulay's NNDP joined forces with the Nigerian youth movement to form the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC. The NCNC, led by Macaulay, was not set out to be a political party. It was more of a nationalist organization designed to advocate for an independent Nigeria. In August 1944, however, he saw the leadership and strategy of the National Council of Nigeria and Cameroons, NCNC, offered brilliant prospects in the struggle for self-government. Although many of his colleagues in the NNDP executive disagreed with him, he carried the day when he threatened to resign if they did not agree to enter into a coalition of interest groups. Nnamdi Azikiwe, the dynamic leader of the NCNC then, capitalized on Macaulay's decision to join the party. At this time, Macaulay was 80 years old, but still appeared physically strong and mentally alert. But his insistence in undertaking a strenuous campaign against the constitutional proposals of 1945 proposed by Governor Richards taxed his strength. While on the national tour, he suffered an acute attack of rheumatism and was forced to return to Lagos, where he died on 7th of May 1946. Huge crowds, estimated variously between 100,000 and 200,000, turned out in the streets to mourn, and all the markets closed for 2 full days. The leadership of the NCNC went to Azikiwe, who later became the first president of Nigeria. Macaulay was buried at Ikoyi Cemetery in Lagos on 11th of May 1946. Nnamdi Azikiwe delivered a funeral oration at Macaulay's burial ceremony. As is customary among the Yoruba, when a distinguished leader dies at an advanced age, his funeral became the occasion for a prolonged celebration of a life well lived and public service well acclaimed. He was survived by 2 children, Sarah Abigail Ido Macaulay and Oliver Ogedengbe Macaulay.
Personality profile. Now you know.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
In the history of Mali, Alpha Omar Kanara was the very first democratically elected president to relinquish power to another democratically elected leader. Kanara was born on the 2nd day of February 1946 to the family of Bambara, a teacher and a Fula homemaker in Kayes, Western Mali. He is married to Adama Ba Kanara, a historian and a writer who takes active course in newborn and refugees. Kanara started his primary education in Kayes and went on to attend Bamako's Lycée Tarizon de Froger, Collège de Maristere of Dakar, Senegal, the Collège Modèle of Kayes, and the École Normale Secondaire of Katubo between 1962 to 1964. He completed his advanced studies in history at the École Normale Supérieure in Bamako from 1965 to 1969 and at the University of Warsaw between 1971 and 1975. He began his professional career as a tutor in his hometown Kayes, then a lesson teacher at Makala and Bamako. In 1974, he did research at the Institut des Sciences Humaines de Mali. Then, from 1975 to 1978, he acted as head of Historic Patrimony and Ethnography at the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture. In 1980, he was named researcher at the Institut Supérieur de Formation and Research Appliquée, ISFRA, and professor at the History and Geography Department at the École Normale Supérieure of Bamako. In the course of his career, He headed several professional organizations, including the Association of Historians and Geographers of Mali, the West African Association of Archaeologists, and the Union of West African Researchers between 1981 and 1992. Konaré served as a consultant for the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization (UNESCO) and the United Nations Development Programme (UNDP). Between 1989 and 1992, he was president of ICOM, that is the International Council of Museums. Konaré got involved in politics as early as possible. At 20, he was elected the 1967 Secretary General of the Sudanese Union, an African Democratic Rally of the École Normale Supérieure of Bamako. Following the coup d'état of General Moussa Traoré, he became an activist for the Marxists and Leninists, Clandestine Malian Party for Work. In 1978, he accepted a post in Moussa Traoré's government as Minister of Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture. Although he resigned in 1980, his term was marked by the formation of many Malian sports organizations. He founded and directed the Cultural Review Jemana in 1983 and as well as the Cultural Cooperative of the same name. In 1989, he also founded the daily newspaper Le Echo, and in 1991, he began Radio Bamako, which happens to be Mali's first free radio station. In 1990, he participated in the creation of the Umbrella Movement Alliance for Democracy in Mali, which united the PMP with a number of anti-Touré groups. With the 1991 fall of Moussa Traoré, Konaré helped transform ADMEA into ADMEA and PASJ, an official political party, and served as its delegate to the 1991 National Conference of Mali. By the end of the democratic transition instituted by Amadou Tchouamani Touré, he was elected as Mali's first cleanly elected president in 1992, receiving 69.01% of the vote in the second round against US RDA candidate Traoré Mamadou Konaté. He was re-elected for a second term in the 1997 presidential election, despite a boycott of the ballot in protest of his annulment of legislative elections. He was sworn in on 8 June 1997. Konaré was known as a Pan-Africanist who implemented economic reforms supported by the donor community and helped resolve rebellion in country's north region. He is also credited with protecting Mali's archaeological, cultural and academic histories, with curbing the spread of illegal small arms in Africa and with bringing information technology to Mali. However, corruption remained a significant problem under Konaré's administration. Konaré publicly rendered homage to Mali's first president, Modibo Keïta, and created a memorial to him in Bamako. Opposed to the death penalty, he commuted the death sentences of Moussa Traoré and his wife to life imprisonment in 2002. He is also remembered as the man who brought the continent's most prestigious football tournament, the African Cup of Nations, to Mali in 2002. On the international scene, Konaré worked for peace and integration in the West African region. He served as president of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, in 1999 and of the West African Monetary Union, UEMOA, in 2000. Following the two presidential terms by the Malian constitution, Konaré left office in 2002 and was succeeded by Amadou Toumani Touré. Till date, Konaré is the only Malian president to leave office at the end of his term. On 10th July 2003, he was elected as chairman of the Commission of the African Union (AU) at a summit in Maputo. He was the only candidate who held the post in an interim capacity. 35 countries voted in Konaré's favor. There were 6 votes against him, while 4 countries abstained. Konaré raised the ire of civil society in Zimbabwe during a visit to Harare on 14 October 2006 in his capacity as chairperson of the AU Commission. He declined invitations to meet with representatives of non-governmental organizations to discuss the situation in Zimbabwe. On 25 January 2007, at the expiration of his term, Konaré declared his intention not to seek another term as chairman of the AU Commission. and on February 1st, 2008, Jean Ping of Gabon was elected to succeed him. Ping officially succeeded Konaré as chairperson of the commission on 28 April 2008. Between 2003 to 2014, Konaré was the chairperson of AU High-Level Panel for Egypt, and finally, on 2nd June 2015, the chairperson of the Commission of the African Union, Dr. Lamini Zuma, appointed Konaré as the AU's High Representative for South Sudan, a position he holds till date.
Personality profile. Now you know.
It's a new day. It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the garden city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. How are you doing? Today 95.1 FM is here for you all day long. Cheers to a wonderful day. Stay tuned.
Cultism is a monster whose ravaging effects have left tales of woes such as loss of lives, kidnapping, drug abuse, threats, destruction of properties, blackmail, rape, and many other ills in society. In our society today, poor parental training, peer pressure, poverty, quest for power and social identity are the leading factors that contributes to youths indulging in this act. Again, peace can be restored to our society only and only if we attach value to human lives, and this would bring about rapid development to our community. Say no to cultism. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Corruption is a dishonest action that destroys people's trust. Corruption takes many forms and can be interpreted by many people in many ways. It is hard to enter into any sector in Nigeria without observing one corrupt practice or the other. The faces of corruption ranges from political, universities and college, bank sector, the civil service, even the religious bodies. In Nigeria, factors like greed, poor youth empowerment, poverty, unemployment, etc. are said to be responsible for corruption. However, no reason is good enough to be corrupt, because corruption is capable of crippling our economy, raise poverty level, bring about national crisis, as well as poor national development. Stop the embezzlement and misappropriation of public or government funds, bribery, malpractice, man no man, and treat all citizens equally today. A corrupt-free nation is possible. This message is powered by your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seat belts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them, because they are for your own good. Drive with care, because life is dear.
Some people will carry human head in their boots and they will not charge them because they are collecting bribe.
When they go collect salary, then go say government need to pay them way. All these taxi drivers safe. They don't even get papers. Even driver's license safe, they no get.
Then you back there. Hold on there.
Their cars are in bad shape. Very, very bad shape. They have no ethics of driving. That is why they will continue to bribe so that they can have their way.
I will shoot you now. I will shoot you. Headlight, you no get. Side mirror, you no get. Motorway to better carry animal. Now you take put for road to carry human being. You don't even wind the motor when rain they fall. You no get conscience at all. Jake, you be number 15. You be number 5. More than not forget my number.
Let's allow them do their job.
Do not obstruct justice by giving or taking bribe. Avail yourself a check. Even you, Oga driver, stop reckless driving and always update your papers. This information
is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
Officer, give me change. Now 1,000 I give you.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
At my back, I ain't coming back.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country. Hardly a day passes without news of a fire outbreak in some part of the country, causing fear and panic among the people. Needless to say, we need to remind ourselves of the possibility of an outbreak at any time. This is what is likely to prevent us from being taken by surprise. Always put off appliances when not in use. Do not overload electrical sockets. Fuel your generator before, not when in use. Avoid fixing electrical faults personally when you apparently do not have the skill. Keep the candle on a candle stand.
It takes only a minute for a fire to get out of hand. In case of a fire outbreak, please call the fire service hotline 070-315-221-99. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Patakat, Voice of the People.
Today 95.1 FM, good morning.
My name is Ifeanyi, I'm calling you. Hello?
Yes, Today 95.1 FM, good morning.
My name is William, I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, William from Port Harcourt, go ahead.
Talk radio.
You have a right to say no, right? All right.
I'm calling from Yenagua.
Okay, thank you so much from Yenagua.
We are the station that needs no introduction. Of course you know, we give the best in news, sports.
You like football, right?
Entertainment, politics. In fact, call it talk.
Yes, we know there's a lot you want to hear, and that is why we talk about everything.
Talk radio.
We're right before you. It's just a dial away. This is your number one premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
That destroys people's trust. Corruption takes many forms. It can be interpreted by many people in many ways. Bank sector, the civil service, even the religious bodies. In Nigeria, factors like greed, poor youth empowerment, poverty, unemployment, etc. are said to be responsible for corruption. However, no reason is good enough to be corrupt, because corruption is capable of crippling our economy, raise poverty level, bring about national crisis, as well as poor national development. Stop the embezzlement and misappropriation of public or government funds, bribery, malpractice, man no man, and treat all citizens equally today. A corrupt-free nation is possible. This message is powered by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM. the voice of the people.
Government tell us say police now our friend. I remember what my papa tell me. He say make I mind who I dey call my friend.
Young lady, you under arrest.
Oga, for waiting now. What I do?
When you get to the station, you find out.
Hey.
Don't show, everybody don't drop out.
I say I know they follow you go anywhere.
You know they go anywhere. Go and ask about Officer Mark. You see, if I deal with you, nothing will happen. Nobody will question me. I will deal with you.
Oga, leave my clothes now. Wait till you won't naked me.
Do you have 200,000?
200,000 for what now? What I do when you want to collect 200,000?
If you get to the station, you pay more than that.
200k for waiting. I don't get that kind of money. Huh? I don't get that kind of money. Oga, remember, you were once like us before you got into force. You have brothers and sisters like us in this society. The law says protect lives and properties. But what do we see today?
This life don't last forever.
Please remember, we have just one life. Why can't we live for one another?
Better if you just hold my hand.
This message is brought to you from Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Ask any nationalist alive today. Read any of their memoirs, biographies, and autobiographies. Go through many historical fragments in Nigeria, colonial era materials, anti-colonial reports and theses. The name variously mentioned as part of the sword or spade that helped in the destruction of the colonial enemy, or excavated the dirty politicking during the struggle for independence in Nigeria. One of these names that will pop up is Sa'adu Zungur. Testimonies upon testimonies, the Azikiwais, the Aminu Kanus, the Awolowas, the Tafawa Balewas, the Abubakar Imams all knew reap the bounties of post-colonial power and popularity, not because they only sweated hard for it, but because of the looming presence of such people like Sa'adu Zungur at the background. But who then was Sa'adu Zungur? If you ask me, I would say he was nobody but a missing chapter in the hurriedly organized historiographical sketch of Nigeria's nationalist struggle. Sa'adu Zungur was nobody but an obscure signpost at the Kano State Triumph Publishing Company building named after him. Sa'adu Zungur was but another small, obscure, and unpopular street named after him in Bauchi State. Sa'adu Zungur was that insignificant person posthumously wrapped in a degree by the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi, without most of us knowing or caring about the event. Now, let me tell you a bit about Sa'adu Zungur. Born in 1915 at Ganjua ward of Bauchi City, Ahmed Mahmoud Sa'ad Zungur was popularly known as Sa'adu. Completed his early education in Bauchi and proceeded to Katsina for teacher's training. He later attended the Kano School of Hygiene and also Royal School of Hygiene with matriculation in London, England. He graduated with distinction. The influence of his scholarly family and knowledge he acquired early influenced his life significantly. His father, Mohammed Bello, spoke not only the local city language Hausa, but also Fulfulde and Arabic fluently. Gifted with something of a photographic memory, Sa'adu was described as a brilliant student of Quranic interpretation, that's called tafsir, grammar, na'al, jurisprudence, and theology, and had a great appetite for learning. Malam Salman, a cousin of Sa'ad, once said that Sa'adu thinks and ponders a lot over issues, and the family was concerned that he will always be either reading, writing, or in deep thought only. He used both his formal, Western and religious knowledge to confront the wrongs in his society. With his Western education, he became the thorn in the flesh of British colonial administration, to the extent that they practically banned everyone from giving him an employment. At that time, an employment ban by a colonial administrator practically means a hopeless unemployment situation, as there was virtually no private sector. Zongo was not deterred. It was later that he formed the first political forum for Northern youths and then, much later, for grown-ups, the first ever recorded up north. He not only initiated activism against foreign control, he led it with a lot of courage and resolve. His greatest assets were his intellectual and poetic gifts and his convincing writings. Though an effective campaigner for social justice, Sa'adu's mode of operation, however, was not devoid of respect for his elders and leadership. He was assertive and appeared never to give up on what he believed to be right. Sa'adu was genuinely a man ahead of his time. In a speech he gave at Kaduna in 1948, 12 years before the realization of Nigerian independence from colonial rule, Sa'adu described the situation before the nation. He drew analogies to wake the people up from their slumber, that self-government by any name is way ahead of a vote for control by foreigners in one's land. In presenting his ideas at Kaduna, Sa'adu drew the analogy of the propaganda that fanned slavery, where the European establishments were telling the world that the Negro was not educatable because he was not a complete human being. And now he said to maintain a grip on their colonies in Africa, they're telling the world that African colonies are not ready to govern themselves. If anyone should buy that ridiculous idea, he suggested, it should not be the Africans themselves. Sa'adu was a writer who did not relent until he breathed his last. His appeal across religious and ethnic lines provided him with opportunities to write columns, articles, and serialized publications for both northern and southern publications. He described himself as a thinker whose faculties for thought and expression were out of his control. He believed it was his calling to live for justice and spread it as far and wide as he could. His passion for writing instead of speaking, he says, is born out of his ill health on the one hand, and also his personality of humility and soft speech. Sa'adu suffered from a suspicious undiagnosed ailment that some later described as possibly asthma, others as tuberculosis. Being a thorn in the sides of both colonial and local leadership in his struggle for justice and fair treatment of his fellow beings, neither of the authorities, native or foreign, bothered to provide adequate treatment. At a time when private treatment was expensive and out of reach for common man, it sealed Sa'adu's fate, and he remained unemployed for a greater part of his adult life. Most of the services he provided were voluntary and free. He offered free service whenever he got the chance and later succumbed to his ailment in his midlife. It is reported that he died at the age of 43. Sa'adu left behind a far more liberated Nigeria, of which very little of its population knew who Ahmed Mahmoud Sa'ad Zongo was.
Personality profile. Now you know.
Talk